and welcome in everybody. How are you doing? Happy Sunday! Hello. Welcome in Flamethrower, getting the esteemed title of first for today. Congratulations. That's the title of first changing hands once again. Meanwhile, I'm entering the cheese zone, grabbing 30% cheddar. While Eileen Light, welcome in, Eileen Light is getting 25% more Saint-Marcelin. Ooh, not bad, that's a good cheese. For a grand total of 82% Saint-Marcelin. You're getting close to the 100%. That's pretty high. How are you doing, friends? Happy Sunday. Yeah, I'm starting very late today. I know. Yeah, it's... I mentioned the heat has been kicking my butt this week, and I really needed some rest. That's the short and long of it. I just slept a lot. I must have slept 12 hours or something stupid like that. Nice to cheese you. Hey, Tuskog, how are you doing? Welcome in. Happy Sunday. So yeah, late stream today, but we are returning to Alchemy Factory because I'm finally rested enough and energetic enough that I feel capable of playing the game. Which was... I've been wanting to return to this game for like a week or two, but like we had Subnautica 2 who came out, and obviously I wanted to play that when it released. And then we had this heat wave that I was so low energy. I was like, there's no way I'm playing such a complex game with such low levels of energy. I just won't be able to focus on anything. So yeah, we're back. We're finally back. Last time, I guess let's just open the game. It has updated in the meantime, so hopefully that doesn't break too much things. I think they did some recipes adjustment, but my understanding is it's mostly with stuff we are not using at the moment. So we should be fine, I think. So yeah, that's where we were. Last time we had finished this build. I'm trying to see. I think this is just like a part of this build. But yeah, we had finished this build, which is making gunpowder. So right here, black powder, not gunpowder. Did I say gunpowder in my title? Let me check. Yeah, I said gunpowder, black powder. Let me change that. We fixed the title. Yeah, so we make black powder now, which is basically the next tier of fuel. Let me see if I can remember. Yeah, W for the tech tree. Yeah. Okay, so that's where we are in the tech tree, level 6. And basically, if we compare... When did we get the last level of things? Gosh, I can't even spot it. That's yeast powder, we have cork. Yeah, but that's not cork that we're using, is it? It was... No, not A, I'm looking for... V. Nom. Yeah, cork powder. So cork powder, one item had the fuel value of... how much is this? Like, that's like 1300, 1400. Where black powder has... Each item has a fuel value of 6000, 6300. So there's much more heat in a black powder item than in a coke powder item, which was our most advanced fuel so far. So that's gonna be a huge upgrade. And if I remember well, like this thing is making like 1 black powder per second or something like that. Not the coke powder. Oh no, 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 no. Oh, a Tuskog entering the cheese zone to grab Trou du Cru. Of course, of course. 31% to, oh, that's a very lucky roll. The average when grabbing a cheese, I think, is 20%. And I think it's 25% when rolling a random cheese. So, like 31% is very low probability. So for a grand total of 89% Trou du Cru, oh, you're getting there. You're really getting there. The pronunciation. I do what I can. So, yeah, we have... How many extractors is it? Oh god, no, it's not the extractors we want to be looking at. What is it we want to be looking at? Gosh. That's blenders. I don't even remember what's in this build. There's so much stuff in here. Oh yeah, we have the advanced blenders here. So how many advanced blender is this? So we have 1. Let's see. If we line them up. Num, 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 num. So that's 6 per side. Right. Num, 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 so num. We have 12 of them making black powder. Yeah, so that's 2 per second actually. Okay, so this entire build is making 2 black powder per second. So that's like 120,000 heat per second that we're producing thanks to that build. That's a lot. Ooh, hey, I'm missing people. Welcome in Hebe and Doran. We have Doran grabbing 20% Blood Auvergne for a grand total of 86%. Ooh, not bad, not bad. While Hibrikime is getting some brie, of course. Oh, I haven't added the 700%. Oh gosh. So Hebe is grabbing 23% more brie for a grand total of 701% brie. And I don't have the achievement for that. Oh no. I need to add it, and I guess you'll get the achievement next time. You're not at risk of losing it, but congratulations anyway for the achievement. Doran, lurking and more killing bugs. Have a great time killing bugs, Doran. Thank you for lurking. And Zeta, lurk too, but just grabbing cheese. Hey Zeta, how are you doing? And of course, Zeta is entering the cheese zone to grab 36% more Roblochon. For a grand total of 176% Roblochon, yeah. 700%, heck yeah, I guess you only added the achievement until 600% though. Yeah, I mean, I have the 1000. I implemented the 1000, but I didn't do the ones in between initially. And last time I like emergency added the 600%, but I forgot to do the rest. So I need to write it down. Give me a pen. Here we go. No biggie. Yeah, I really need to remember to do it. It would be pretty quick too. The only thing is if I did it right now, it would restart the bot and it would... I would have to restart the bot and I would have to restart everything. It would be a bit of a mess. So I'd rather do it in between streams. Yeah, welcome in everybody. So yeah, we have this black powder build. But as you've seen, we are not sending the black powder anywhere at the moment. It's just sitting there, and currently we are just feeding everything with cork powder, right? So I think we made it so it feeds itself in priority with black powder. Pretty sure that's what we did. Let me see. Yeah, it's using black powder at the moment. So we made it so in priority it uses its own black powder as a fuel source. But now we need to distribute that to the rest of the factory. The problem is some of the factory needs cork powder as part of recipes. I'm thinking in particular of steel. Where is my steel build? I think it's... no, it's down here. Yeah, so steel uses cork powder as fuel, but also to mix with iron as part of the recipe for steel. So what to do, right? We can't remove entirely cork powder. And I don't know if there is other builds that need it. So I think our first task today is to do some logistics. It's to see like how we distribute the cork powder and the black powder, and what did we distribute it to. We need to reduce the cork usage. It's being overused, and that's not good. You don't want that. You don't want it to be overused. Yeah, and of course we're purchasing a lot of sulfur because that's a part of the black powder recipe. So that's like the new expensive item. But we're still making a lot of profit, so... But overall, I think black powder is a more profitable fuel than cork powder. So, like per amount of money bought or spent, we got more heat value. So that's what's important here. And of course we will need also to sell some black powder. So let's see here. So that's where we produce, well, part of the black powder that we are sending everywhere. And I guess part of it is also being produced by these builds. Because they produce a little bit extra. So they produce a little bit of it. So these builds need us to actually be using the black powder is the challenge. So I guess we could... I don't know. We can have this build stop. That's okay if they do. But we can't have these stop, although we are going to soon replace them. So that's kind of the thing here. But they're not using any external source of cork powder either. This is just growing plants, so that's just getting fertilizer. As we said, we have here the steel that uses cork powder, both as fuel and as recipe element. We could technically redesign this so it uses like black powder as fuel and cork powder as a recipe. That could be something we work on. We use fuel over here. I think this uses some charcoal to make the clay, if I'm correct. Yes. So we're producing some charcoal internally to make the clay, but this is just fuel. So we could get black powder to this build. This doesn't use any fuel. Neither does this. This does use fuel. And it does use some iron sand. And produces some plant ash to make soap. I guess maybe the most efficient way to look at it would be to look at what can we use the cork powder for, right? So we use it for steel and transformation potion, and that's it. That's all we use it for. And the transformation potion is upstairs. It is right here. So this one requires cork powder. It does use some as fuel. And of course it does use some as recipe item. But it also produces some. And I'm not sure... I think it might produce enough for itself, honestly. And these items... I mean, transformation potion will be used in crafting, but is not at the moment. And steel is used for the steel gear, and will be used for other things, but is not at the moment either. And the skill gears... Oh, I guess we do use steel gears for Mars. But we also have... For Mars, we also have a production of cork powder internally. Where's my Mars factory? Not me eating my ass. It's not that great anyway. Can't know without trying. Oh my. Hey Guppy, thank you for the hydrate. How are you doing? Mars burned down while I was gone? Oh no. Sorry. My throat is a bit of a mess today, I don't know why. Mars was too dry. No, I found it, I found it. Tastes like cheese, oh my. That's a pretty... Well, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that, hippie. I don't know if that's good news or bad news. What did you lurk into? Same question, honestly. This threw me off. This threw me off quite a lot. Okay, so that's where we're producing gears. And so this one uses cork powder. That's a very normal reaction to getting nibbled on. I don't mind getting nibbled, but that's a bit extreme for me. Not gonna lie. You live to cause chaos. Of course you do, Heavy. That wouldn't be our lovely Hebe without chaos. But these don't need... Well, I don't think they do. Do they? No, they don't need... Because they're using... Like, they're producing bronze and copper, and that doesn't use... cork powder. So we could have, like, 2 different lines, I think? Of fuel? I think that's what I'm going towards. That's what I'm leaning towards. If we go upstairs, yeah, we can see it well. So we are distributing throughout the factory, we are distributing cork powder, we are distributing money, and we are distributing fertilizer, right? We could have a 4th line that distributes gunpowder as a more advanced fuel. I think that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. And then we would stop having issues with, like, these items not being full enough, although it seems we're doing pretty well on that now. What are we waiting on? Why is this not 100%? Let's look at it for a second. It seems bronze rivets are a bit slow. Why is that? They shouldn't be. Like, this should be running 100% of the time. Ooh, thank you for the 45 stream streak, Guppy. That's quite the streak. Also, did I miss another streak? Yeah, thank you for the 7th stream streak, Curtis Cog. I think I forgot to say it, but I appreciate it. You've been looking into autism, and you saw yesterday that autism and ADHD are often present together. It's a new discovery, apparently, and professionals usually find one, then don't test for the other. You wanted to get tested for autism, but you may look into getting tested for ADHD now. Yeah, that's true. It's often, like, there's a lot of comorbidity with, like, whether it's ADHD or autism, there's a lot of comorbidity together, but also with other neurodivergent aspects. It's generally you don't just have one thing, or, like, a lot of the time you don't just have one thing. When you're neurodivergent, you have several neurodivergent specificities. And although I guess the thing is, neurodivergence hasn't been studied or understood really for all that long. Since very recently, ADHD wasn't really a thing that was on anyone's radar. Even for professionals, and in countries like France, for example, not every professional even knows about ADHD, and even less so how it's treated, until really recently. And even still to this day, some professionals are gonna tell you in France that the treatments for ADHD are a bad thing, right? That it's dangerous or whatever. And that's part of why also it's very extremely regulated, and it's hard to, even when you're diagnosed, it's kind of difficult to get your treatments. So yeah, for me, I got diagnosed with ADHD last year. It's been a few years I've wanted to do so. I just never got around to it. Initially, I didn't feel that I would need to, and retrospectively, it was a mistake. And then it took me a long time to get around to it, basically because one of the problems with ADHD is going from I want to do something to doing it. It's executive dysfunction, it's called. So you want to do something, you know you need to do it, you want to do it, and you just can't. And for me, it's in particular one of the things where it's particularly difficult is going to see doctors. And so it took me years, literally, I think 2 to 3 years between the time where I was like, I really need to get diagnosed, I really need to get treatment because I know it would help me, to the moment where I was actually doing it. And so all these, like, there are tons of factors that play into it. First of all, you have this executive dysfunction. Then it's very hard to get an appointment with a psychiatrist. It takes 6-7 months between the time you take the appointment and the time you actually get the appointment. So in the best of case, in my case, like I live in like the second largest city of France, and it took me 6 months and that was like the shortest time possible. So you know, it's difficult. And then you have a lot of professionals, a lot of psychiatrists that don't even know about it. So you need also to find a psychiatrist that actually knows about it. You know? So yeah, it's difficult. And for example, I am suspecting that I might be autistic as well. And when I talked with my psychiatrist about ADHD, he was able to diagnose the ADHD, like it was a formality for him. I talked with him like an hour, he was like, yeah, I'm going to make you fill the forms anyway to test you formally, but like, I have no doubt about the results. But for the autism, I don't feel qualified enough to test you. So you need to go see someone else, and so I haven't taken this step yet. But also one thing to bear in mind is ADHD, there are treatments available that will help you. Autism, there isn't really anything treatment-wise. So autism, it's more about understanding yourself better, and maybe being able to talk with a professional to develop strategies around the difficulties you have. So I guess the ADHD diagnosis is more quickly actionable. So that's also why I haven't really taken the test to get diagnosed with autism, because first of all, I'm not 100% sure. Second of all, it won't immediately make a difference. It will be nice for him to understand myself a bit better, whether I have it or not. But won't, like, it won't change a thing in the short term for me. Maybe psychiatrist for ADHD and specialized psychologist for autism. Yeah. Yeah, I guess, because, so, like, you can get tested by psychologists for ADHD too. The problem is if you need if you need a treatment, the psychologist won't be able to prescribe it to you. So, given the fact that you need a treatment, or you might need a treatment, I would, or at least I took the decision to go towards a psychiatrist, preferentially for the ADHD diagnosis, because that involves seeing one professional instead of two that I would need to if I need prescription, which I do. So yeah, it's a bit scary, but it makes sense if you have ADHD, because you have such executive dysfunction. You'll think and think and think and do absolutely nothing at all. Yeah. You don't know much about OCD, you don't think you have it, you look into it, so yeah. One of the things also is that there's a lot of common symptoms between ADHD, autism, all these, like a lot of these neurodivergent traits share symptoms. So when you look at the different ones, you may be like, okay, in the list of symptoms, I see some of them. I recognize some of them in me, but it might also be due to these other things that you have. So that's one of the things that make it difficult to understand exactly, or like, what's going on. OCD is a specific part of autism, but for a long time is what's thought to be separate from it. However, they're coming around to the idea that OCD is a light form on the spectrum. Yeah, that would make sense. You heard CRA or trash? What is CRA? Yeah, I need to do that 6 like above the entire day. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think the executive dysfunction is not part of the autism spectrum. I'm pretty sure. Ooh, 600 silver profit today. Not bad. We haven't bought any sulfur, though. That's where a lot of the profit was going. But so yeah, it can be difficult to get on this diagnostic path because of all those reasons. But it really helps you a lot understand yourself better, so don't get discouraged from it, is basically what I would say. Oh, that's gonna be tricky if I want. It's gonna be very tricky if I want my black powder to go in there, isn't it? In your case, you get a mental block sometimes when you have to do something and you physically cannot make yourself do it. When you try to force through it, you have a full mental breakdown, just panic attacks, hysterical crying, nausea to the point of vomiting, etc. Wow, that's hard. Yeah, it's not quite that extreme for me, but I can be like, I've had instances where, like, especially when it's something a bit stressful, like for example, I've had instances where it took me like literal days to send an email on something that's stressful. It's like, you're like, okay, let's do this. And 5 minutes later, you're like, oh crap, I didn't do it. Okay, let's do this. And you can do that for entire days. It is extremely disrupting. You with France Travail, yeah. So yeah, it's, for me, it's the part of the ADHD I have the most problem dealing with. Like procrastinating all day, something I need to do and I want to do. And ultimately that's why I sought out treatment. And it helps a bit. It's difficult because I have difficulties actually even taking the treatment. But it does help. So I'm thinking how to do this. And I'm thinking we might have to replace the entire system here. Which does not fill me with joy. Is there a reason why we don't get this like one tick lower? I don't think there is. I think we could get these shelves. I forgot I cannot right middle click the shelves. Doesn't work well. Yeah, I think we could get the shelf on this level. Maybe when we go above those. Let me go down. Where do we go above those? That one's not a problem. No issue here. That's all on the ground. No issue here. That can be dealt with. No, I mean even above a door. Oh, come on. That would work. So I think overall, we could get this entire thing like one tick lower. And then it would make it easier. You have a lot of anxiety, you'd want to take pictures, seeking a inquire, find a job you enjoy, even part-time, and you're completely paralyzed. Yeah. What does help? Yeah. Your friend is the same. She worked for 1 year as a web designer, but the work environment was toxic, and now she's stuck, just like you, completely stuck and depressed. Need to tell her about ADHD. She initially wanted to get tested for autism, but the person on the other line told her, "You can't be autistic if you called me." That's weird. Why? That sounds... Yeah, that sounds weird. I wouldn't trust that person. Imagine a psychologist so clueless. Yeah, it... Unfortunately, it does happen a lot. My sister and her family all have autism traits, and they've had to face a lot of préjugés. How do you translate préjugés? Oh gosh. Yeah, they've had to face a lot of ill-conceived thoughts, even by psychologists. You have some people who will be like, okay, I don't know anything about it, so either tell you go see somebody else or tell you I'll have to research it a little bit. Prejudice, yes, thank you. Yeah, they've had to face a lot of prejudice, even from psychologists. But you also have people, professionals that are supposed to understand these things that don't know anything about it and that will be full of prejudice regarding it and tell you really a lot of bullshit at the end of the day. Phones are the bane of your existence, but you still do it, yeah. It can be super hard to take a phone call, but you do it anyway because you need to. And somebody telling you, oh, if you're calling me, it means it wasn't all that hard, is working completely against that. Because you might have gone through a lot to get this phone call out. You're being yelled at to go to sleep. Have a great night, Hebe. Thank you for being here and thank you for being your lovely self as always. Have a great night. You need to tell your psychiatrist he misdiagnosed you. He thinks you have schizoid personality disorder. That gets mixed up with ADHD a lot, I think. I know of somebody else who had the same issue of being misdiagnosed for these kind of traits when it was ADHD. And the thing is, the medication for that can be completely counterproductive to treat ADHD. So it can really wreck you, this type of misdiagnosis. So how do we get things in here? If we run a fourth line. Okay, let me see. We need to sketch this somewhere where we can see, I think. Let's go upstairs. And yeah, whatever, let's extend, oh no, we can't extend the floor. It's okay. So we'll have, yeah, we'll have something like that. Oh, we will need short floors. Okay, so that's all. Actually, I think I'm going to do it here instead. Like we have a full... We have a full wall right here. And then we're gonna have half walls. Oh gosh, what am I doing? A. That's what I want to hit. Like this. Gets mixed with autism a lot. Could be. I don't know, honestly. I guess that maybe you can experience a little bit of schizoidic after years of autism. I think it's like some symptoms get mixed up, basically. Googled schizoidic versus autism. And you're looking at a page now that says rule out autism first. The DSM suggests that pervasive development disorders be ruled out before diagnosing schizoid personality disorder. Yeah. That game is nice. You build stuff. Yes, indeed you do. Yeah, so... maybe I should talk a little bit about it. So this is Alchemy Factory, if you don't know it. It's a game where we are running an alchemy shop. So we are selling like potions, healing potions, vitality potions. We're selling objects like mortars, gears, bandages. So some relatively like basic items and some more alchemy oriented, like soap and potions. We are selling jewels and we are selling artifacts. We don't have any in stock at the moment, but yeah, we have artifacts named after the planets. Currently, where are they? Oh, yeah, they're in good, right. Currently we have 3 different types of relics, they're called. Unlocked, Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars. So yeah, that's all the things we are selling over here. So jewelry, relics, potions, and other stuff. The bandage, not the bondage. Although I guess we are selling ropes. And yeah, so customers come into your shop, they grab stuff from the shelves, they come to the cash register, and you get the money. And when you start the game, you are like manually like cashing them out. You get the money, and then you come over here. And you go, you buy like logs and stones, iron if you need to, and you build small contraptions initially. That might look something like that. So this is a thing where I put logs into these table saws, I make planks, I process these planks to make small gears, well, large gears. I process the large gears to make small gears. And then I can sell all of these, I can restock my shelves, and I can use them to build stuff, because building each of these things costs, like these cost planks and large gears to build one of these processors. So, yeah. And so over here, for example, I'm grinding down limestone into small stones that I use for building, and then I'm processing the stones into making mortars that I sell. And so in this box, I have a full box of mortar. I don't use mortars for building stuff, but you get the idea. And then slowly you start automating things, so you unlock catapults first and then cannons that you can use to throw items from one point of your factory to another. You have some catapults over here. They're super cute. And so you can throw items on shelves. So here I have cannons that are restocking my shelves. You unlock an automatic cash register that automatically cashes out the customers. And then you can throw your money into boxes, right? And then you unlock purchasing portals where you can belt money into the device and tell the device, hey, buy a limestone for me. And then you have money coming from your cash register, going into the device, buying limestone that then you can process to make stuff. And then you can use cannons to bring the stuff on shelves. So you can close the cycle, basically, eventually. And like, they're paying with like copper and silver and possibly gold later. And so you can convert the items from, well, the money from one type into another using bank portals, etc. And so basically your contraptions use three basic things. They use money, they use fuel sometimes to run furnaces that will produce heat, and heat will be used for stuff to transform items into one another. And they use fertilizer for planters to grow plants into, right? So these nurseries are producing flax, for example, using this fertilizer. And of course, making this fuel and this fertilizer is all done ultimately using money, purchasing some stuff, and processing into your fuel, your fertilizer, etc. And so, yeah, you need to build contraptions so you can process everything instead of having to do literally everything by hand, which quickly you cannot handle. You could have boxes going like into a machine and out of the machine and then restock boxes by hand, but quickly it would become too much for you to supply enough to satisfy the customer. So rather than spending all your time refilling boxes and emptying boxes, you want to be designing stuff. And so that's everything we sold today. So like we sold 135 transformation potion, which made us 88,000 copper, which is 88 silver. And below you had, I can, where is it that I see that again? I think it might be in the ledger, yes. So that's the ledger for every day. Come on. So yeah, that's everything I bought today. I sold today, sorry. And that's everything I bought today with these purchasing portals. So I bought 486 logs, 301 limestone, 67 iron, and 68 rotten logs. And all of these are processed to make some stuff. To make all of this, basically. And plus to make the things that I use to construct. I don't know why it closes it automatically even when you open it manually. And so at the end of the day, you have like the earnings, you have the expenses, and you have the profit we made today. So today we made 378 silver and 992 copper. 1000 copper is 1 silver. And 100 silver? No, I think 10 silver actually is a gold. Can't exactly remember. But I think that might be 10 silver for a gold. Let me check. 100 silver is a gold. And so yeah, this guy just bought a Jupiter. Artifact. And so I end up having these fairly big contraptions. So this is producing fertilizer. All these three are the same and they're producing advanced fertilizer. And a little bit of coke powder. Because I use the extra planks I'm making to make coke powder with. These are all contraptions that are all identical. You see we have 1, 2, 3, 4 of them side by side, and they're just making coke powder. These two lines are just doing that. Over here we're growing plants using fertilizer. This is making iron and steel and making nails and steel gears, this kind of stuff. Over here I'm making bricks and glass and clay. This is making planks and small and large gears. This is making stone and mortars. And this is making bronze rivets and copper bearings. And so a little bit everywhere you see these contraptions that progressively, as we go through the game, become larger and larger. Also, you'll notice we have a fairly large building. We are currently using 4 plots of land, and we build walls and roof and stuff to end up making these buildings. So if I look from the outside... Oh, we have a path now to go out of the city? Interesting. That's new. I wonder if they'll expand the city or if they'll let you buy land out here. That's interesting. Yeah, that's new. But yeah, so if we look, well, over here I have extensions that I've built that don't look great because they're temporary. But yeah, we have a big tower over here, and over there we have a more traditional... Hey J-Moy, how are you doing? And welcome back to the Skog. Ooh, thanks for the hydrate. Sip of coffee for me. Are you arriving or leaving, J-Moy? I'm not sure. Usually bonne nuit would be when you're leaving. But I'm not sure if that's what you meant. J-Moy is learning French. Arriving and leaving. Okay. That's it. Have a great night then, J-Moy. Thank you for popping by. Make Alastor speak French. Chez les papous, il y a des papous papa et des papous... Hang on, I need to scroll. Chez les papous, il y a des papous papa et des papous papa. Et des papous apou et des papous pas apou. Donc chez les papous, il y a des papous papa apou et des papous papa pas apou. Et des papous papa papa apou et des papous papa pas apou. Ah qu'il est beau le débit de lait. Ah qu'il est de l'île. Ah, qu'il est beau le débit de lait. Ah, qu'il est laid le débit de l'eau. Débit de lait si beau, débit de l'eau si laid. Si est un débit beau, c'est bien le beau débit de lait. Yeah, you really made these. Together, I think, too. I handled better the Papu one. Yeah, so we have this, like, house-like building, and we have this big tower, and we're slowly building up a second tower over there. And also, we have these internal streets with arches and stuff that we built. But we could buy these other plots of land. We could basically buy the entire town. I just chose to focus on these 4 plots of land and to build upwards instead of expanding and taking over the whole town because, well, I kinda like the look of the town around, you know? And over there we have a castle, but I don't think we can get to the castle. But since they changed the map, I want to take a look around and check. Yeah, I don't think we can access the castle. But yeah, that's new that we can go out. So currently we have 3 entrances. We have one that's the entrance into the factory side of things. We have the main entrance of the shop over here. And then we have a secondary part of the shop that we just started building that currently has salt. It has... aren't we selling anything here? Maybe we're not. It had Saturn, artifacts, and that's it for now. And so, yeah, that's the inside of the factory. This floor is mostly logistics. Downstairs we have like fuel and fertilizer. Over here we have soap and turquoise. We have like bandages and linen and stuff. This is the transformation portion, and this is our first experiment with making diamonds, which I guess is still running, but it's not really necessary. It's not the main source of diamonds anymore, by far. It's just our first experiment into it, and I haven't taken it down because I don't have that small contraptions anymore. We are making, over here on this floor, we are making Jupiter artifacts, which were the first artifacts. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 builds, 6 maybe? Yeah, 6 builds, and we're also making, hang on. Pulleys. And you see that a little bit everywhere we have these shelves on the side. And we have these type of like little square areas, and if you look inside them, that's how they look like. And so basically what we have is that we are making fertilizer and fuel downstairs and in other locations. And we are using these shelves to send fertilizer, fuel and money across the factory. Pulleys make you wanna do acrobranche. To buy the entire city. It's his wet dream. No, it's not actually. I like the city. I want the city to keep being around. How am I gonna have customers if the entire city goes away, right? I mean, I would still get customers, I guess, but still, I like the city. It looks nice. So I don't really want to buy more land. And like there are more stuff, we can have quests to provide some items. So currently we have a main quest to provide growth potions that we are not making. And that's basically the next level of fertilizer. We have some bulk orders that we could fulfill. And also we could have portals that basically give us contract that we can automatically fulfill to automatically sell stuff by sending it on the belt. And I'm not using that at the moment, but I could. It would allow me to basically increase my profit by selling more items automatically. And so over here we can come across, so right below us is like the internal street that's going alongside this. These are the stairs that we saw from the outside towards the tower, right? And below this is where we have the shop. So if we go down there, you can see that this goes into the shop area, the new shop area. And so inside this store, no, not this tower, we are making diamonds with this contraption. Oops. Dang it. Falling down the stairs, I know. So yeah, we're making diamonds with this. Over here we're making malachite. Over here we are making salt and the Saturn artifact. And so half of the artifacts we're making, we are also consuming for ourselves to make XP to allow us to get like better things. And we actually have an XP that we could spend right now. And so you see that these contraptions can be several floors high, right? So that thing here is making, I think these two are making, no, these two are making salt, I believe. And this one is making, what is it? Oh yes, we're making the bricks and glass. No, this is making salt? I don't remember. And we're also making some diamonds on the side with this contraption. Because basically diamond is a byproduct of a lot of these contraptions. And over here, we are making Mars artifacts. And so Mars artifacts, the artifacts basically are made by consuming some of the other products, but at a huge rate. So like this is using 120 blades per minute, so 2 per second, 2 bronze rivets per second, 2 copper bearings per 1 copper bearings per second, and 1 steel gear per second. So that's extremely high rate. And so we have tons of different contraptions making all this stuff. And to make these run, we need a lot of fuel too. So we have entire floors making fuel just to supply this contraption. So like this entire floor is making fuel. This one too. This one too. And we had another floor downstairs that's making fuel. This one. So all of these are making coke powder, which is currently the fuel that's used everywhere. And so I want to transform, yeah, I guess, a lot of these fuel. Not transform them, but transition them into the brand new thing I'm making, which is the black powder. So I'm making black powder over here. And we're going to have more than one contraption making it, of course. But that means I need to distribute black powder everywhere. But I can't stop distributing Gunpowder because I need it for a large part of the factory. Oh, Bolloré's Red Dream. Ah, yes. It's like Factorio, but 3D and much cuter. Help! Yeah. So, if you look at these contraptions, it might be scary. It might be scary because it's very compact. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be so compact. It doesn't have to be like these huge monolithic builds. It's just my choice to make it so. I could spread things out a lot more. And then it would be easier to understand what's going on inside this build. It can get very complex with these builds to keep track of like what's doing what, right? But that's not an obligation, basically. It doesn't have to be like that. Seeing that without having seen the process is a bit shocking. Yeah, so how I build is, for example, you see this. This is like the top part of this. And if I go on these boxes, this is actually the top part of this, right? So that's how I build it, actually. I build it in a modular fashion where I'm like, okay, I know the final product I want to do. I decide on a speed I want to make it at. I lay out like how many of each processor or machine I need. And then I build like small part by small part to slowly have things coming together. That's my process. And so what you witness when you see these huge contraptions that can take like 3-4 floors is the result of a design process that might have taken like 12 hours. Right? And then I copy and paste it. And one great thing that this game does is that it allows you, like, right from the get-go to copy-paste, cut-paste, these kind of things very easily. And so you can move things around. You never called you to design your house. You do what you can. So one of the limitations of this game, in my opinion, is it has relatively limited building pieces. I'd like to have more of them to be able to make cuter builds. Like the houses you see around, one of the reasons I want to keep them is they're super cute. And I want to keep stuff looking cute like that. And I can't if I buy the plot. And I can't even reverse that. It's just gonna be an empty plot once I buy it. So I can't build the type of things we see around for myself. So I just want to keep them. And then I'm doing what I can with what I have. Basically is the idea of it. Okay, so let's look into let's see. So we're going to do 2 floors, I think. So 2 floors. Well, I do need that, but I need half walls here. Yeah. So that would be 2 floors. So these columns go through the floors. From one floor to the next. To distribute items around, right? Let me see. We're just going to have not enough support. Are you serious? Well, I can have a pillar then, I guess. no, I have enough support. So I'm just going to build... Oops, not what I wanted. A little bit of a fake floor. That's not something that's gonna stay. But I'm just going to use it to work on the contraption and see like how I'm going to design things, to move things from one floor to the other and distribute it around the factory. That's basically the idea of what we're doing here. Let me grab stairs. These little belts that you see here are to mark basically the outline of a copy of this build, because I'm going to have several ones eventually. Alright, so like this would be like the next floor. And so what we currently have going around the factory, we have tunnel conveyors going through the wall here. How do I flip that? Come on. Sure it goes like this. Oops. Mess it up. Oh, come on. It can be hard to place. Okay, so we have these tunnel conveyors that can take items through the walls. And here in this square, we can have things moving from one floor to another, and then we can hide it using a wall like that. And so from the rest of the factory, you're just going to see this square column. That's kind of similar to what you see in like labs or industrial buildings, where you're going to have this column that goes through the floors and that carries fluids or cables from one floor to the other. Often it's hidden with like elevators and stuff like that. And then if we need to modify anything inside, we can just open it and go and modify stuff, right? And then alongside the walls, we'll have these shelves. That go around the factory. And then they have 3 belts. Like this. Like that. And then we have little lab stands. That allow me to transport these items. And then belts on top. And so currently the bottom one is carrying money. And the top ones are carrying fertilizer and fuel. And so you see that from the side, whenever I want to take things off the belt, I can just take an elevator and grab things from up there. And that's basically the process here. What sound? Oh, the belt placing sound, the blah 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 blah. I see. Yeah. It's a good sound, I enjoy it. Guess I can remove that. Right. And so that's what we currently have, and inside here we have a thing on each floor that like has elevators from one floor to the next. And then distributes, like splits off the things to go on these belts, right? And it's what I showed before. So now what I want to do, let's remove all of that. Not all of that, but a large part of that. Because what I want to do is to keep having this, but no, I'd like come on. It can be a bit hard to place. No, I'd like a fourth item to be transported from one floor to the other. And the reason why I'm keeping a space like that is that things that are on the edge here I can just grab off, right? But things that are in the middle, if they're in the middle, then I might have to have this like go down a little bit one floor to go back up, so I can grab off this belt or of this one or of this one. So I don't really want to have a 2x2. I have a 2 wide space, but I can't really have a 2x2 because of that. But also I want my shelves to be able to go above doors or windows, so that's also a limitation. And so then we can have the shelves again. Where are they? Here we go. Perfect. And now we'll be able to distribute one more item around if we have that, right? So that's pretty easy. It's going to be exactly the same thing. What has to change if we do that is what is in the middle. And so to test that we're doing it well, we're just going to have this like on 2 different floors. Damn it. This keeps doing these things where I place it and at the moment I say yes, it rotates. It is annoying as heck. There we go, so that would be what would be above the next floor. And just to check that I didn't mess up in terms of height, I'm going to place... We'll create a floor above this. Yeah, that works. So you see this is like right below the floor. So these things run alongside the walls, right against the ceiling, and can go around the factory everywhere. And like we can take off of it and have cannons that send things to a contraption, for example. That's what I do a lot of the time. Not here, here I used belts. Here you see that I use these catapults to send items off of this towards these little, how are they called? I forgot everything. Hoppers. Across the ceiling, right? So let's see. So we want to have basically like an internal flow here. The problem with that is we don't have 4 wide shelves. At least I don't think they added them. Let me check. No, that we only have one type of shelves, right? So we want shelves to support shelves to go all the way through the middle. And to carry the items. So what we have is we have shelves against the sides like this. And then on top of them, we are going to have small blocks. I guess we can stay on this page. No, actually it's not here. I'm pretty sure it's... No, it is here, but I need the center ones to place it, if I remember well. Because we need to place, yeah, we need to place against this. And then we can remove these. And over here, we're going to do the same. So we have these blocks on the side. We need the center ones temporarily. Then I can place a shelf. And that makes basically a floor, right? And so then, but you see that I can't have an elevator going from whatever, let's... Where am I in? No. Here we go. I can't have an elevator going from here to there. Or more accurately, like from here to there, because it would have to go through things. So what we're going to do here need to remember the controls. It's a bit hard. Is we are going to have... You know what? Let's do it from the top. We're going to remove the shelves for now. And then we have belts. Over here. And over there. That allow me to take elevators. Why am I looking inside here? That's not where I want to look. I want to look at my hotbar. Like this, to bring my items from below to here. And then I can have elevators that go from wherever I want to be lower to this space. Right? Hey Dalhawk, how are you doing? And so you see that I'm taking the items up towards this. Well, I won't be able to... Maybe? Probably not though. No, so I need to place these elevator after I place the shelf. There's a little bit of method to the order that needs to be... Method to the madness. Method to the order. That needs to be here. Also, I can't place that here. So I do need to have these one lower. Once we have done this, we can relatively easily just copy paste it. So that's why I'm designing it outside, so I can like go around and look at things, etc. Without having external elements like obscuring stuff and making it a little bit of a mess to build. And then I will be able to just go around and have fun with it elsewhere. No, just basically place it around the factory without a problem. So we can supply the right stuff, basically. So we have this, then we want the belts. 8. So we're going to want I think we just need these 2 blocks to place the shelf, if I remember. Yeah. So now we can place the shelf here. And then we can have elevators that take from down there and bring stuff upwards. And these elevators won't end up being like that, we already know that. Based on the experience we have. But we don't care so much for now. End of day. Yeah, so 700, 800 profit is a relatively typical day for us at the moment. Which means we can invest quite a lot. We also have a lot of money in reserve. So if we don't make profit one day, we don't care so much. We can afford to lose money. Okay, so this would be coming like from a floor that's below this, and that's identical. And then that means that that's the output we need upwards, but we need to split items to then go onto these conveyor. Basically is what needs to happen here. So typically what we can do for money is be like, okay, that's money. If we say that's the elevator, we do this, and then we take that and we bring it, I don't know, somewhere around here, right? Pretty easy. And that's exactly what we usually do. Let's see, can we find, I think there's an open one. On this floor? Yes, it is. So you see that's exactly what's happening here, except we don't go upwards. But if we look downstairs, like the money is going up here. And below... it's just going out and getting distributed to the wall holes. So over here we'll have fertilizer. Over there we will have Gunpowder. So we keep the same arrangement. No, actually, like the Gunpowder is gonna have to switch. I think we put it behind because it's gonna make it the hardest to access. And that's also gonna be the less frequent to access. So we want the hardest one to be the less frequent one. That's also why money is on the bottom, because that's the easiest. Like accessing money is literally like pulling the belt, like we have here, pulling the belt, putting an elevator, and Bob your uncle, right? So yeah, we're going to want fertilizer on top of money. Then on top of that is going to be Gunpowder. And then in front is gonna be the black powder. So, to summarize, this is money, this is gonna be fertilizer, Gunpowder, black powder. And we're already using that one for fertilizer, so let's keep doing that at the moment. So, fertilizer. Is gonna go like this. We take... where is my scaffolding? Oh, on the first page. No? 6? Yes. I'm going to rotate it. Like that. And then I can just belt it to the wall holes. And can have a block here. And that's my elevator. Perfect. So that's pretty easy. Next. So I want the black border behind. And I want and I want no, I want the black powder in front, sorry, and the coke powder behind. Let me think. I guess if we take this elevator for the black powder, it's fairly easy to distribute it. And then this one can go on top. Yeah, I think let's do that. Or this one could go below, actually. I don't know. How did I handle it for the other one? So what I'm doing here... This is a simplified one. This is not the real deal. That's more like it. Yeah, so... I'm having the cork border like go across. Okay. Oh, and I take the fertilizer and I bring it upwards and then I bring it behind. Right. Okay, so that's kind of along the lines of what I was thinking we would do. I'm getting lost in my factory. Yes, so I think that's reasonable to do that. So if we do this, and we have an elevator over here that goes directly to this level, then what we can do is simply we have lab stands there. Over here is going to be the elevator to the next level. And we can have belt that then distributes a little bit everywhere. Let's temporarily remove that so I can look behind. And so over here, we obviously can't have belts at this level, which is the difficult part. And also, like, these 4 squares in the middle are forbidden space for us. So, what do we do? Well, first of all, we want belts to come here. This is rotated. Actually, we might not need these two. Because what we are going to do is have elevators like this. And then we can have scaffolding there. Just like that. And we take a belt. We go here. We go there, and that distributes stuff around. Everywhere I want. So now we can replace the elevator over there. And in front, we can simply have the elevator 1 block higher. And of course, this elevator goes to this level. And we are going to use scaffolding so we don't hide the stuff that's built behind. Here we go. And so that distributes my 4 items from below to here. And it can go upstairs. Perfect. So if I were to now copy this... No? What key is copy again? B. So if I copy this entire blob with the wall holes, I can place it at the right height. Oh. Okay, so that's the right height. Then I can block the z-axis. Like this. It's claiming some buildings have errors, but it's not true. It's just overlapping with these. And so that's a copy-paste. Of course, the elevators we can see are wrong. So now let's take the elevators off. And then we replace them with the right heights. Perfect. And so if we move this, and then I go back down, I copy this, B, thank you. And I replace it. Oh, perfect. It's actually correct? No, it's not. It's not correct. So I need to lock the z-axis. That's correct. And no, that perfectly tiles. And it can go all the way up and down the building. Alright. So, we know what we must do. We take the copy. I could have recalled the copy, the existing copy, but whatever. We confirm, and then we save that as blueprint. And that's gonna be... I don't know. How do I call it? How did I call it? If I go to no. To blueprints. Porthole shelf, I think is the existing one. Maybe we can have it like red. So that's my blueprint. We want to save it. So money. items. Maybe we can have it like that. Confirm. That's a blueprint. And then we will need to transform the entire factory. I might want... I might also want to have a model of the shelf itself. Might be a good idea. Also, like some of these, like this one, is modified because it's the bottom one. Like you see that here we're bringing money from like other places. Not sure how to deal with this. Maybe this one is the best one to be modifying first? Or do I remove all the shelves? That's also a possibility, to be honest. To start by scrapping everything. I don't know. It's a big project. To be honest, that's also one of the reasons I haven't been streaming this game for a while. Because it's a project that's big. It's gonna take a long time to do. It's going to take a lot of brain power to do. And also, it's a project where I'm not doing a lot of design, unfortunately. So hopefully it's not boring for you guys. I have been considering tackling it off stream, but I just couldn't motivate myself to do so. And also, I'm pretty sure some people would actually want me to stream it. So I've been on the fence a little bit. Right, so this is distributing. This is purely distributing. Nom 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 nom. Ooh, thanks for entering the cheese zone, Mastani. How are you doing? 35% Saint-Félicien. Ooh, that's a good pick of cheese and a good amount too. How's your Sunday? How's your weekend been? Did I say hi already? No, I don't think I said hi. Weird. Been doing your best lurker impression for the past 2 hours. You're proud. I find it hard to lurk. Honestly, when I'm trying to lurk in a stream where I'm like, I'm not gonna say anything, I'm just gonna be lurking in this stream because I want to do other things. A lot of the time, like at one point or another, I'm like, oh, I really want to talk. You never fail lurking. I'm not a good lurker. Oops. Doing good. Short weekend because you had to work on Saturday. Oh no, that sucks. The one time you have to work as per your work contract. Oh, well, If it's once, I guess that's fine. It's never very fun to have to work on the Sundays. Is that the one that's going down? I think it might be. You're a pro lurker too! Oh wait. Hey Escam! How are you doing? Calling people out of lurk. Oh, inconsiderate of me. Calling all the lurkers out. That doesn't show me really well what's going on inside, does it? Which was the intention all along? That's why I built this like outside, because you can't remove these walls. They're support, right? If I remove this wall, it removes half of the contraption. But also it's very, very hard to see what's going on while you have everything that's built around. Can I maybe look... Can I remove this floor tile without destroying anything? I think I can. No, okay, so all the money is going the same direction here. Okay, so that's a normal one. Okay, so the money is being taken off to be sent across. Okay. And here it goes upwards. I see. It's over here that I have money going downwards. I'm not quite sure why, actually. Is there a thing with... Like, where does the money from across here go inside? The money from this shop. No, but there's no money coming from here. Oh, but there's money coming from other contraptions. Maybe I should include a money return line? I don't know. You had a nasty discussion with someone you had to organize an event with, but you began writing a murder party too, so you're doing that tonight. Oh. Well, bad news and good news then, I guess. Hopefully the writing of the murder party takes your mind off of things. If money goes down, I'm possibly making a loss. No, so it's because I have builds that produce money as a byproduct. Sometimes. And so there are cases where I'm just sending money back down the factory to be recycled over here. So it gets sent like to the input of the entire thing, right? Rather than being used locally. You're joking, yeah. I know. But it's good to explain anyway. Decisions. This is just the money belt. Right, but the money belt is going reversed here? Why is that? Wait a minute, the money is going down here? Seriously? What's going on here? I do not understand what's going on inside here. Let's open this and try to see. It's so hard to see inside this thing. So the money is going this way in here. And it is going this way, I believe. Yeah. So what's up with that? Oh, but here it's entering. Right. Here it's an input for everything. I have nothing coming from the floor there. Okay, that makes sense. So that's the money input. So all of this is coming from the source over there. That's right. And so, like, this is just normal going up, I guess. And so which one was I looking at? I'm so lost within my factory. I am so lost. Here we have money going out. What's happening here? Why do I have two money lines? I don't know. Wait, where did I go? Oh, right, but it's below. That would be the input of that. Dup. And so here we have money coming in here. Dang it! I fell. I might have to draw a diagram of my factory, honestly, at some point. Just to understand what's going where. I am lost in this factory in some places. Oh! Make a store speaks French. You don't know what you make me say, but you wanna hear my French and check if you remember something from when you studied it in school. Just say hello to me and introduce yourself. Bonjour Dalrock, je suis Alastair et je stream principalement des jeux de construction d'usines, des jeux de construction de villes, de colonies, et de temps en temps des jeux de puzzle aussi. Basiquement des jeux de logistique et des jeux de puzzle. How was that? How long were you gone for? You fell asleep a bit. Not too long, I guess. It's hard to say for me. Okay, so we have money coming in here. Why do we have money coming in here? And then inside here... Is it going up or down? So it's going across at the minimum. It's going up. It's definitely going up. So they're just merging here, I guess? Why do I have money? I'm confused. And then down here... I have money coming down. But it's just coming down from here, I guess, then. Yeah. So if I go and see up here, that's a modified one then? Oh gosh. Is that a money input? That might be. Yeah, that's my money input. So this build is the one that's sending money down. I see. Because it produces, I guess, a bit more than it consumes. Okay, so that's the one that has money coming down. And that's the only one. All the other ones are standard. Okay, I'm starting to get the hang of things. You think they're in love? What are in love? I'm confused. You don't remember much, only the introduction. Yeah, it's hard to remember language when you're not speaking it. When I was at school, I studied German for like 10 years. At some point I was like going to trips in Germany, so I was using it a little bit. But I haven't spoken the language for a very long time, so nowadays I could somewhat understand some bit of German. But I couldn't speak it really. Okay, so I want to say... Let's start... I think with this one. Where is it? This one. Well, we could start with this one. It's like 2 floors, I think? But it requires custom builds right out of the bat. Like a lot of custom building, actually. Although I guess that part is not too bad. Oh, but also, like, this is different. Yeah, this one is very different. Yeah, I think let's get this one switched. And then we'll see about the rest. The only time you train your German is when your mother speaks on the phone, when she calls that one friend. Yeah. Yeah, it's just so hard to remember a language when you're not actively using it. I think we remove that. And then we start transitioning everything. We did German too and was so sad, but began listening to some... so bad. I was confused. But began listening to some music in German and picking up some Yiddish from the front family, and now it's coming better a little bit, yeah. I think I do make a blueprint for the shelf itself. Just because it's gonna make my life easier. Well, we'll see. If it doesn't make my life easier, I just want to use it and that's it. Right? But we'll try. Using it at least. Although one thing to consider is that technically, like, there are two possible orientations of it. So I might need a second blueprint. We'll see. So I'll confirm that. End of day, of course. Why not? Let's blitz through it. Yeah, I'm never late. Didn't at all start the stream at like 9 PM when I intended to start around 4. That never happens. Shelf for items? I should probably actually edit shelf for items. Right. So we have direction. That's such a weird quote. Can you show me your uncles before you die? No, you're not being very cooperative, sir. Oh my. Okay, so let's remove, I guess, a little bit everything. This I might just copy and move down. don't know what to make for dinner. I mean, you know, I've had lunch before I started the stream, so I'm not gonna criticize the time you're having dinner at. That's for sure. Let's see. So this one's like... You know what? I can go upstairs and that's gonna make my life easier. So why not? So, I lock height. No, wait. Is that? Yeah, that's the top one, so I need to actually go down. That's the front top. Oh, come on. Like this. Yeah. And hopefully we can still walk below it. And the customers can still walk below it. How does that look? Yeah, that's still okay. No? This is so hard to select without selecting the stuff below. Okay, here we go. Actually, let me remove this because I want to change the direction of the shelves. So we have something somewhat consistent. Oh, sorry, I got a surprise sneeze. And so all of these are coming inside. Right, then we need portholes. Oh, tunnel conveyors. That's not correct. Alright, let me try that again. Oh, come on. They're so annoying to place. And I guess we go behind or below. Ah, don't you dare. Game. Okay, are we good? Or are we gonna be annoying? I guess we can take a copy of this to place here. Perfect. Except I do not have these portals. And we are going to have elevators. But before we do any of that... Okay, so let's see here. How did I manage that? That was clumsy as heck. Yeah, so... the money is moving that way, right? And then it's being taken off and shot out. And I'm pretty sure it's the same on this side. Let me check. No, it's not. The money is coming inside. Yeah. Okay. So the money is basically being sent across. And supplemented. Okay, okay, okay. Anything else weird? Yes, in fact, yes. We have an extra item being transported down from upstairs. From there to here. That's fine. But it is to be considered. Alright. Let's build... Oh gosh. This is very intricate. We've not taken on the easiest project ever today. But it has to be done, so... it is what it is. First things first, we don't want it to be connected either side. I guess we remove this entire. Alright. So we're going to need to modify that one so the money goes across. Let's start by having like the standard one. Then we modify the money side of it. Yeah. Let's see. Oh. First things first, rotation. We want to get the rotation correct. Then, that's the correct height. We log the height. And that would be the proper placement. We're gonna have to rebuild it entirely, aren't we? Because how do we modify the money side from the front like that? There's no way. There's just no way. Yeah. But it's okay. We know, remember what needs to be done. So that helps a little bit. Okay, so this, let me see. Let's go. Why shouldn't have items poking out like that? That's dangerous. Especially when they're the wrong item to have on this belt. Right, so this is going outside, and this is going out. So this would be correct. But this one needs to be reversed, isn't it? Is the... like this floor is safe to walk through? Yes. No, I might be wrong. Hang on. I am wrong. Wait, what? So money comes this way. Oh, okay. So money comes inside here. Oh. Ah! Which means it's doing this. And outside here, and feeds this entire floor. Yeah. And then over here... Wait, no. Over here it comes this way? Is it like joining and reversing direction in the middle or something? Is that what's going on here? Oh gosh. Come on, I want to get a vantage point where I can see. So over here, this belt is going to the right. Okay. Still going to the right. And so is it like... That's going left to right. So when is it reversing direction? The heck? Why is the money going the other way here? I'm guessing somewhere over here. But we just have two money belts that meet. Is it safe to uncover the floor? Yeah, most of them. So all this seems to be going the same direction. Same for this. Still. So what's going on here? There's something funky going on here. Not the entire thing. The heck? No. I am so lost in my own factory. Aha! Why do we have a bunch of sand in here? And soap? Of all things. I don't know. Let's trash them. There's no business having this here. Ooh. Okay, so I'm thinking like they meet in the middle somewhere over here. Aha! That's what's happening. So that's why I was confused. Okay, so this goes outwards. No. It decides to be annoying again. But it is an intentional reversing of direction. It's just very confusing why that's happening. Wait a minute. My shelf is at the wrong level here. Gosh. What is happening? Right. So I built this in the wrong place, I think? No. I'm missing a porthole. That's what's going on. Gosh. Why? Game. Why won't you place what you're showing me that you are going to place when you place when I... Ah! That's so annoying. I have no idea why this is happening. It's showing you can place it one direction in a location, and sometimes it just won't do it. Sometimes it will decide that, no, actually I'm going to place it another orientation. Like, come on, get a grip, game. Okay, here we go. So, money goes like that here. Then we have the elevator to the next level. Which is going to be located here at the top. Maybe I should build what's behind first. Yeah. So. That's gonna be my fertilizer belt. Then we have elevators. Like this. Yep. In front, not a box. That would be pretty bulky to get in here. But instead, scaffolding. For the black border belt. And a little bit more scaffolding. For the cork border belt. Okay. You found why people are making stuffed vegetable, I guess? You never found it good. Oh, you never understood why. Sorry. Brain fart? You never understood why people make stuffed vegetables or things like that. Never taste good. Well, what to you when you cut a vegetable and fill it with stuff? Oh, interesting. I quite like stuffed vegetables, personally. I don't make it often, but I enjoy it. But, you know, it might be related to autism, actually. Because autistic people often dislike mixing different ingredients. It's like, you know, making, how is it called in English, a pudding? I don't remember the English name, but like when you are putting together different vegetables in the pan, a lot of the time autistic people will sort them each on their side and prefer to eat them separately. So that could be why you dislike it. Because you're mixing different tastes and stuff like that. It probably has a name. Poulet? Ooh, yeah, see? And that's kind of something I'd expect for somebody who's autistic to dislike that. It's... my understanding is it's quite common. Oh, wait. No, I got it wrong. We're bringing the items upwards. That sucks. Means the belt I placed down doesn't go that direction. I need a box. Possibly two. Yeah, two of them. Which means I need 3 boxes. Oh, I could have gone away with 2. Anyway. You don't like raw carrot in salad? Raw carrot is... I mean, I'll eat it, but I'm not a fan of it too. But I think it's because it's mixing textures. It's even more than like mixing tastes. It's mixing textures in that case. The other day you were thinking, thank God you're not picky with food and textures, but then you remember how gross you think it is when your mother makes some sort of soup with spinach and lentil. Half soup, half solid, half solid. Yeah. But, you know, it doesn't manifest for everybody to the same extreme amount. For some people, it's like, never mix. Please never mix. For some people... Wait a minute. Have I been stupid? Is this the bottom part? Yep. Indeed. comes from upstairs, not goes downstairs. That's why I was remembering the direction wrong. Yep. Yeah, so it goes down. Okay. So here I can be like this, and then I guess you go back up. And we're good. Okay, so this one has been handled. Then, so we want to take these 4 belts and bring them up here to the correct location. Can do. No. Yeah, raw carrot even sliced is quite hard compared to salad. Yeah, and compared to anything other you would put in a salad, like tomato or whatever, it's always relatively soft stuff. The raw carrot is just super hard comparatively. So I'm not surprised somebody would dislike it. I'm not a fan of it myself. It makes a lot of sense. Okay, so this one is for the money. And it will just go in the elevator. And really, that's it. No need to fuss with it. This one for fertilizer, is it? I think it's fertilizer. Yeah, that's fertilizer. Can just go around and go up. Pretty easy. Next. We're getting a... Well, not... This was not actually tricky. To be fair. Because it's basically just that. This. The only one that's slightly tricky is this one. Duh. So this one, we are going to want elevator above. Come on. Then we get lapstones. And finally, elevator up. Perfect. Okay, so that's handled. And we have the money doing its things in here. And we even have the weird output belt going there. So next we need to adjust this. And this one is normal. But that's all cannons, that will be fine. And that's all output. So it's just that we are going to need to adjust like where we take from it. So for now, I think let's just remove the shelves. And then we'll need also to adjust to add this, basically, this input. But that's not a concern right now, because we have prepared for it. So, blueprint, portable shelf. Is that correct? No, that's too high. Gosh. Ah, there we go. I lock the height. And then end of day, of course. Carrot is only good to you when half cooked and sliced the right way, otherwise it's too hard or mushy and strong in taste. Okay, so that goes together. The nice thing here is because we changed the height of the shelves, they won't connect with something that's not the right build. Are you okay, Tuskog? Blink twice if you're having an existential crisis. Okay, so the only thing we need to adjust here is that why did I go around this way? I went around the entire planet to go there. Yeah, and this should all connect. Alright, great. So next we just need to reconnect these, which might be easier said than done. Ah, wrong keys. So what do we have here? This one. So let me see. Can I see what's sending where? With a great bit of difficulty. Going this direction. Aha. So fuel. Gosh, this is so hard to see. I'm pretty sure fuel is the first one and the second one is gonna be nutrients. Or is it fuel 2? No, it might be fuel 2. Because that's fueling... Wait, no. No, okay, that's nutrients. Okay, so the first one is gonna be fuel, the second one nutrients, and that's money. Okay. And it's just fuel, so we can transition fuel type. So, that means... we can... Shelves? Well, technically, we could just use that one. We look Z. Nope. No, yeah, that's correct. Except for the fact that this is not actually taking from here. This needs to be taking from that bell. Oh, this is so hard to see. Can I just have a stand here with maybe a box on top so I can see better? Oh yeah, that's gonna be so good. Okay, because that's a nutrient bell, right? Wait a minute, that's a shelf. Remove that shelf, please. Thank you. And I guess over here we can have that. Okay. So, shelf behind. Damn it. Yep. And then I just have tiny elevator. Like that. For the money. And this, needs to connect. Gosh, can I remove that without breaking things? It would make my life so much easier. Yes. Oh, that's so much better. Okay, yes, so... No, actually, that's fine. Because that's gonna be the new fuel. Okay, so this is reconnected. Nope. Other way around. This is reconnected. Yep, all this is fine. This. What do we have here? Fertilizer for the first elevator. And the second one would be money, I'm guessing? Yeah. And then fuel doesn't really go anywhere, but guess we could have it go to. That's gonna make our life a little bit easier on that, actually. Because for the money and the fertilizer, it's just one lower. And really, I won't need to shift things around anymore. This one I don't have the blueprint for, so I'm just gonna build it. And maybe we take the blueprint? We'll see if we can. I'm not sure it's not gonna consider the portholes as part of the blueprint. Yeah, so that's the nutrient belt. So we can just have this one lower, and over here have a thing. And for now, we're just going to have these. I do not want that to connect. Please and thank you. I guess I can place the elevator right away, so I remember. Like this. That's not supposed to be Gunpowder. Okay, so can I take this shelf and copy it? Yes. And then I can save as blueprint. Shelf for item left. Oops, I'm in caps lock. When I lock the blueprints, it's a caps lock key. So it messes with my caps lock all the time. Not that I usually don't mess with it myself, but you know. I always tend to accidentally hit the caps lock key at one point or another. So. Oof. Fertilizer, we're good. And then we can just paste the blueprint. That's the correct height, cap block. This. You were connecting to this. I need to be more careful about checking where it connects to. Otherwise I might have a hard time on some of them. Ooh. Gabby, thanks for the hydrate and the posture check and the stretch. Ooh, I don't have coffee anymore. That's a problem. But I have water. Stretchy stretch for everybody. Ah, oh, that's nice. When I said Pele earlier, you remembered your father's. He's the worst cook in the entire universe and you're a bit traumatized. Fair enough. Alright, so this is handled. We should probably do the downstairs portion of this, shouldn't we? So there are several things here. We're going to need to switch. Well, I don't know. Technically, we only have the money belt. I guess we could just have this and put it one lower. And be done with it. Let's do that, I suppose. So, if I just do... Well... Yeah, no, that's okay. So let's take all this, we cut it, and we have it one lower. Wait a minute, I put it at the same height. I'm an idiot. Like this? Yep. Bit fiddly to place. I think we're good. Yeah, that lines up. Okay, and then... Nope, not X, B. That would select some of the portholes, so let's not. And then I cut. And then I lock. And then I place. And at some point or another, we are gonna modify that. And we'll be fine. I doped again. And then I'm guessing we can just... Ah! Why do I keep falling down? Please, game. Cooperate a little bit. Okay, can we just copy this? Yeah. I lock it. Like that. Alright, this should be connected. The trickier part is that one. Is this where you are reconnecting? I'm going to go upstairs, it's gonna be easier. Yeah. That's the one. So this one's all going left. Interesting. And then we'll do the other part separately, I guess. We're gonna have so much resources on us. Can I just... Well, do I just move that down, or what do I do here? Technically, if I take this... This goes one further. Which does leave... three spaces anyway. But we could get this slightly neater. Okay, so let's rearrange that one slightly. Real quick. Over here we're just going to need 3 spaces. And honestly, that's just that. And over there you again, of course. Right. First things first, let's take all these shelves. Why do we even have these shelves? They're not doing anything. Are they? No, I guess the other belts are going this way. Maybe it's just the money. Yeah, it's just the money. Fair. Let's lock it. Yeah, that makes it relatively easy to paste by locking the height, because you can paste several in a row with the same height locked. So it does make the building faster. I'll need to do the corner, of course. Whatever. Alright, let's go. I do not want these to connect together, though. That might be a bad day if they do. Okay. Let's go. Okay, so this part is done. So this is all connected. Great. And I have this done. Okay, that's amazing. All the way over there. To tackle this part, we'll need to work on this column, which I'm not doing right now. This floor is entirely reconnected. So next we need this one. Which is the top floor. Can we, let me see, can we pull up this floor piece over here? Yeah, easy. It's just an empty box. Is it? Yeah. I can just take this over here. And remove this. Alright. And so that gives me a little bit of a better sight of what's going on over here. Though it might be not too complex anyway. How do I tackle it is the question. And also what to do with these. Maybe for this one I work reversed. Maybe I start by looking at these belts. And then I walk backwards. Towards the center. I might be removing the bed and stuff real quick. There's really no point in having them right now. And I can look downwards, which is so great. Okay, so that's money. That these two are money and these two are money. Okay, so that's all these cannons are money. And over here we're just taking money, fuel and fertilizer and bringing it over here. And the fuel can be any type of fuel. Do we actually need fuel? Even? No, we don't even need fuel. So yeah. It's really just the fertilizer. I don't even need to bring fuel. Should I keep bringing it? I don't think I should. I think I pull up the fuel line. Oh, though maybe this justifies. We do have fuel going back there. Let me go see. So we have fuel coming out here. which is going toward this build. And also towards the main fuel input of this entire floor. Ah. I don't love that, to be fair. I might want to rework this, actually. Eco-friendly fuel, you hope? Well, it depends what you call eco-friendly. It's cork powder made from logs, which does have benefits in terms of eco-friendliness, but also inconvenience. Could I just have it go through the wall like over here? Would be an option, wouldn't it? Let me test. Let's imagine we have portholes. Or would it be arranged like this, I guess? Yeah. Ooh. It's hard to see, but yeah, right. That might work, actually. Maybe I can make this work. Hang on. I'm going to need... I think I might be able to make this work. I need scaffolding to work over here. Right. So, if I were to like remove that stone, that doesn't hurt anything. I do see a potential issue. We'll see. Is there a way where I can have the retractable conveyor passage? Like... Nah, that's gonna interact negatively with these. Okay. A second option. Drawbridge conveyor. Can I hang these? I can't. Oops. Well, that's awkward. I have another ID. Then that raises many questions in terms of routing, but I mean, another thing we could easily do would be to have things come up out here and just have them here, right? But I'm kind of thinking we could bring them down to like over here. And then have things go around on this level and spread out like this. So we could have my conveyor passages. Like that. I think pretty easily. No, not here, actually. Oh. Over here, so let me see if I line them up correctly. That's it, right? Yeah. And I think if I just... because this is not actually supporting anything. So I could keep the front stones. I have 4 spaces here in the middle. Yeah. So far, your gazpacho, the petit pois, doesn't really look creamy, but more like puke. Oh no. Even this doesn't need to be a stone, really. It doesn't... it's not visible from downstairs, basically, is my point. So how do I reconnect them? Maybe the easier way would be to have this one go straight, have this one go straight but behind, and have these ones go in the middle. Yeah, I think that works. Because then we can have elevator over here, elevator over there. I'm really going the difficult way around, but that's fine. We will manage. Right, so if I take belt like this. Then belt like that. Yeah. That's gonna work beautifully. Then belt over there. Which is going to connect like that. Oh, no, not this one. Sorry. This one can go straight. Oh, come on. And then all of these go straight out. So I remove these 4 stones all the way through. And then I just need to do the exact reverse operation. Shouldn't be too hard. Oh, no, it was saving, okay. No, it looks better? Good. Just add more cream, I guess. Ooh, yeah, we're not making a lot of money here. That's fine. Okay, so no. The one behind is the one that comes to the middle. Right. Oh gosh, I'm a bit lost in my own build. So this one, the easier to access one. Dang it. I hit T instead of R. They have the bad idea of being right next to each other. Oh, actually, yeah, no, this is actually stone. Over there, my bad. And so that's... Your cat staring at the window like he's in jail. Even at night? I guess cats do like to go out at night, I suppose. And party all night long. Right. Should I be placing... Yeah, I should probably, because I'm not gonna be able to access gosh. This is... The problem is seeing what you're doing. It's not doing it, it's seeing what you're doing. With this part of the build. No, that doesn't help. There's a pixel somewhere in there that I can target. Yeah, this one. Okay, and now I can place the other ones. Okay, good, good. And then... a little bit of scaffolding again. You go over there. Belt. Miroir, miroir, dis-moi qui est la plus belle. Makes no sense. Ah, I apologize, I'm an idiot sometimes. Right. Let's go. Okay. So we have belts being transported across. Especially at night. If you ever wanna see a fixed ID Kit Kat indoor at night, they'll try begging you to go out a while before they give up. Yeah. That's the time they would hunt naturally, so that somewhat makes sense. Phew, that was harder than I expected it to be. But we did it. No? Let's see how that looks for the bomb, Tom. Yeah, basically seamless. We don't notice it at all. That's perfect. That's actually a pretty good quote for someone who understands French. Look, I can't really make bilingual puns in other streams. And I really couldn't when I only had English-speaking people in my stream. So basically it's your fault. Non-French speakers are spared. Unless they look it up. But then I guess they might just be confused. And yours? Yes, yours too, Escaru. But I guess as long as you're lurking, you're not in danger of me making a bilingual pun. To be fair, I would have an incentive to make them two when Hebe is here. Because Hebe understands French. So, you know. And she cringes a lot at puns. So, like, that's... all added benefit. What do I do here? I guess I don't have... to have a log over here. What's above our head here? It would be helpful if we can pull out this tile. Yeah, I mean, I guess. If we're gonna do that anyway. And honestly, that might mean we just don't do this and we take from the bottom instead. Oh, Utterscog, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much for the support. Even you got this one, should be Bell. Yeah, it should. Indeed, Zeta. So, money, fuel, fertilizer. I'm kind of thinking, how about... we take this out? Yeah, we can have that. How does it look? That's fine. Okay, okay. Then let's take off this. And we can have beams the whole way. Not really, actually. Well, that's fine. I just prefer using beams if I can, because they look better. I fell through the floor. I might actually add floor here. This one should go away eventually, but we'll keep it temporarily. And so then I have shelves. Oh. Right. What? We don't need shelves. Where are we going? We don't need shelves. Actually, we might need one here. I lied. And also one here. Fair enough. Oh. You know what? Let's do this. Let's give ourselves lots of space. Perfect. Oh, that quote. Been a long time since I last choked myself. Dang! Choke me, daddy, said Alistair to his hand. Let's geese ourselves. Oh no! Escabu's been sent to the dungeon. Now you're gonna have to eat cookies, I guess. How terrible. Oh, utterly terrible. Ooh, wait. A hype train? But why a hype train right now? What's going on? That's a random hype train. Like, at least if it was when Utterskog subscribed. That's in the middle of nowhere. The hype train like spawns, I guess. Sorry, it's a rule. The hype train like spawns, yeah, I guess. What's the right height? I think this? Well, so that's fuel, that's fertilizer, so I can just have blocks and then change the height I'm taking from, I guess. I should really have reversed the order I do things in, but that's fine. Choo-choo, indeed. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Oh, I could do... That's not a bad idea for a sound effect. I might record that. Hang on, let me write it down. Hype train for one sub? No, it's not it's not, that's why but yeah, Twitch does like that. It's not a hype train for one sub. If it was a hype train for one sub, it would have started right when you subscribed. It's a hype train for 0 subs. It's just a random hype train because I guess chat was talkative at this moment. No, it's not a bug. It's intentional from Twitch. It's what they call... I don't remember, they have a name. But it's basically, oh, chat is active, so let's do a hype train. It's basically Twitch going, oh, hype trains make a lot of money. What would we wait for people to subscribe to make hype trains? Let's just make a hype train for no reason. And people will still subscribe, right? I don't think that's true. But I guess I'm not in their marketing team. Maybe they have data to support it? I don't know. it feels... My problem with it is it feels fake. It doesn't feel to me like you should have a hype train for that moment. It doesn't feel right. Okay, so let's see here. We need to take this one to this and this one to this. So they need to go across each other, I guess. It's annoying when you send bits or subscribe and there's a hype train like right afterwards and you get nothing. Yeah, that too. And that is true as well. But I don't know, maybe it does take like subs happening as a data point for saying, oh, there's a lot happening in chat right now. But I don't even think that's the case. I think it's really just them going, oh, there's a lot of chat. Let's have a hype train. I think when the ads happen, we'll take a quick 5 minutes break. We're gonna have ads in a minute and a half. So we'll get... Oh, wait. Wait, there was a gift sub? Did I miss a gift sub? No. Wait, what? I'm so confused right now. It's claiming that there was a gift sub during the hype train. Like, what? You're gonna go to sleep. Have a great night, Escarbou. Bonne nuit. I hope you sleep well. Why is it claiming there was a gift sub during the hype train? That's just not true, Twitch. I'm having a thought right now. We need to bridge the gap in here, don't we? So how about we take these one further back? Can have the elevators be like that. Oh no. Okay, so we have ads starting. Let's just place these elevators real quick and we'll take a 5 minutes break so I can get more coffee. Right, let's do that. Okay, so we're gonna have a quick break. And when we come back, we will finish this transition. Alright, so I do recommend you take this time to like hydrate, get a snack, walk around a little bit, these kind of things. Do a meds check if you need to, and I will see you in 5 minutes. And welcome back, everybody. Welcome back from the break. Ziggy finally stopped staring at the window. That's the name of your cat? It's a cute name for a cat. Is it inspired by Starmania? Ziggy, il s'appelle Ziggy. Je suis folle de lui. C'est un chat noir pas comme les autres. Et si je l'aime, c'est pas ma faute. Même si je sais qu'il me snobera, qu'il me sommera à jamais. So, do we either close this gap or bridge over? David Bowie? Wait, what? Your mother suggested it. Your cat can't talk. I was confused. I was like, what do you mean your cat suggested it? Let's see. And what do you mean with David Bowie? Is that the name of your cat, David Bowie? What if I carve the shelf like this? And then... What do you mean I can't place? Of course I can place it. Oh, but there's a slight issue with that. That doesn't... That goes over this. No, that's the problem. The song Ziggy Stardust from David Bowie. Okay. Okay, I don't know that song. You have Ziggy, almost 2 years old, Yuki, almost 1 year old, and Bruno, 16 years, 3 months. Oh! That's quite a few cats. Okay, so we won't be able to bridge over like I intended to. Because that would mean we can't close this piece of floor, which I do want to close. Alright, how about... Then how about bridges? Row bridges. Like this. That's okay, right? Well, I can even walk on them. So I guess it's not completely wasted. Right, so these two just go under and that's okay. This one will need to go out here. While this one goes over. So I'm thinking maybe we can simply have something like that, where we have an elevator, bring this back up with a belt, And over here we can bring it down. Maybe over here. Like that. And then well, if I want things to look nice internally, ideally I'd have these turned. It's completely inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. What did I do? But hey, might as well be nitpicky. Alright, and then we can flow over this without a problem. And we of course can't flow over this, but you know, we're bringing the materials to this side. And so these are not in use anymore, because I'm connecting from downstairs here. So all of this goes away. I actually like that. So then, all of this is just money. There's no fuel, there's no fertilizer, nothing like that. So let's see here. Oh wait, is this... Yeah, that's fertilizer. Okay, so we have these two elevators that are for fertilizer. My bad. So we can take the shelf blueprint. Which is going to go like that. So we lock it. Uh-huh. What's interacting with it? Okay, might be that this shelf needs to go one further. Like this. And honestly, there's no need for anything else. Let me go upstairs. Yeah, so this needs to go one lower. Why did I go to this menu? That's what I need. I don't even really need this shelf, but whatever. Well, yeah, I guess let's remove this belt. Like these two belts. I'm just going to remove entirely all the fuel from it, because I don't need no fuel. Hey, Cryan, how are you doing? How goes the factory? It goes great, thank you. How are you, friend? We are doing logistics today. We are messing around with transporting things across the factory and redesigning a large part of it, in fact. Because we have added a new fuel, we have added black powder and, well, we need some of the coke powder that we're already distributing throughout the factory, so we need to keep distributing coke powder in different places while adding black powder, and that means we need a redesign. You've been on a little getaway. Ooh, nice. What have you been doing? I hope it was nice. Ooh. Dealing, dealing? What do you mean dealing, dealing? I'm guessing... Nope. No, that's fine. Did we just get another skill point? That might be what's going on. Upgrades. No? Well, I don't know then. But let's spend the upgrade point anyway. We can upgrade fertilizer efficiency. Alright, so let's see. That's money. Has there been any updates to the game? Yeah, there has been. There have been relatively regular updates, to be fair. The last one... let me see. The last one was on the 22nd of April. So, like a month ago? And... Oh, wait, no. No, on 15th of May, sorry. Oh, actually... Yeah, on the 15th of May, they made an update where they rebalanced some recipes with cauldrons. They added some music. I don't know if it was an update or just... No, I think it's an update. Because it's called news, but I think it's an update. Yeah, so the main thing that changed is when you were upgrading belts, there was a point where, because of how they implemented it, the items would space out on the belt. And so they reworked the belts to avoid that without losing too much performance. Basically, the issue is for performance, they're using multi-threading. And so they were kind of calculating belts in any order, which is the easiest way to do it with threads. And so instead of doing that, no, they are kind of dividing it into sections that can be calculated independently. So, yeah. So that's the main change they've done. Before that, I don't know if you'd seen, they added a thing where you can change your size. So you can become like the size of a plank and walk around the factory at the size of a plank, so it allows you to navigate small spaces a little bit easier. The first one and the second one are ones you've already done, Skog, recently even. But let's see, hang on a second. I think we're done with this. I might even remove the fertilizer belt over there. Doesn't need to be there. Yeah. So we can replace the floors over here. I've already replaced this one. Yeah. And I can replace the furniture. Get the bedrooms back in order. Aha! Better? Nice. Let me see the workbenches. Oh, actually, we could upgrade the inventory a little bit. And the potions, I guess. Okay, great. Love that. Ok, so, le fils fixe exprès chaque taxe fixe excessive exclusivement au luxe et à l'acquis. Trie 3 gras petits pois ronds et 33 gros petits pois plats. Lucie vocifère. Lucifer, combien valent vocifère? Lucie, cécifère valent si... Lucie, cécifère valent cécifère, dit Lucifer. Lucifer vocifère. Lucie vocifère. Oh my gosh. Let me start that again. Lucie vocifère. Lucifer, combien valent vocifère? Lucie, cécifère valent cécifère, dit Lucifer. Lucie vocifère. Lucifer, vocifère valent vocifère? Oh, Brink, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Brink of Pips coming through. Hello, Brink and friends. How are you doing? Wait a minute, I missed who spoke. Welcome in, Brinkens, buddy. How was stream? How was... just chatting? I guess you played the game before? What did you play? How is it going, Brinkens, buddy? Welcome in, everybody. How is your weekend, all of you? If you're new here, if it's your first time on the stream, welcome in, I am Alastor. Well, welcome in anyway. But yeah, I'm Alastor. I play a lot of factory building games, city building games, colony building games, and puzzle games too. And today we are playing a factory building game, a cute one. Which is Alchemy Factory, where we have an alchemy shop, and we're building contraptions to make all the stuff that we are selling in the shop. So, like, for example, this is a contraption making these Jupiter artifacts that we are then sending to the shop, and also sometimes using for research, but also sending to the shop so we can sell it. If we go down, here's my shop. And that's where the Jupiter artifacts, no, that's Mars. That's where the Jupiter artifacts might end up when I produce them. Currently we are out of stock. That happens. But yeah, that's my shop. And today we are reworking the logistics around the factory. We recently built a new type of fuel. I can show you the build, where we are making black powder. Before that, we were using cork powder throughout the factory to fuel everything. So yeah, that's my black powder build. It's a pretty big one. All things considered, this entire machine here is dedicated to going from fertilizer and coins to making this black powder. And yeah, that's what we used to have. Well, no, that's not what we used to have fueling the factory. We used to have, let me go down, cork powder, which we were producing right here. Cork powder, right there. And so this is being distributed with coins and fertilizer to the belts that are on these shelves throughout the factory. And going up and down through these little square columns that you see every now and then. They're usually closed. Right now we have them opened, but most of them opened. But they're here to distribute stuff around. And so now we are going to need to have a black powder going around the factory through these shelves on top of the cork powder, which we still need in places. So yeah, we're going to change things around. We're going to change all these belts. So we are going through the factory and reworking the whole logistics system, and it allows us to make things better in places. So that's not bad either for that reason. So yeah, that's the project what we have going on today. Bonsoir, mes amis. Somebody send Spuddy to the dungeon. Genius. Okay, so wait, Skog was making me read tongue twisters and I missed the last one. Maman m'a mis ma main sur mamie, mais mamie m'a mis mamie dans ma main. Here we go. So yeah, currently you see that here we have like 2 layers of stuff, and we are transitioning to 3 layers of stuff. Which is gonna look like that. So one more. So we are slowly going through the factory, rework everything. We just finished doing that. And also having a different way of sending stuff toward this part of the build. Which is good because I didn't really like what we had before. And also, we completely changed the way we are sending items to... where is it? Below, I think. Yeah, to this side of the factory. We used to have these belts going through the wall here. And we just changed that. Which does mean that we need to take a look at what's below. Because now we are going to have items going out over here. Uh-huh. Let's see. So I'm thinking here we are going to want... let's see. Well, we do have a technical column right here, but it doesn't go any lower, does it? Yeah, because over here it's in between buildings. Could it go any lower? I guess it could. Though it would change a lot of things. Though to be fair, we do have to change a lot of things inside. So that might be for the best if I change things here. Yeah, I kind of would like that. Where did I get these amazing emotes? I had them made. I want to make more actually, but I'm having a problem with the fact that my artist that made these emotes is not really able to do anymore. So I'm trying to decide what to do about it. I need to hire a new artist. Actually, I have... Yeah, I'm not entirely sure who to hire to do these. But yeah, I have ideas. But I'm not entirely 100% decided, so it's a bit of a... decision paralysis is probably a good word for it. Maple is always open for commission. Yeah, she's one of the people I'm considering for sure. I've talked a lot of times about this and I still haven't decided really. For me, it's a lot a question of I need to decide whose style would be the best fit for the style of emotes I'm looking for. And I'm not entirely sure. Maple is definitely one of the people I'm thinking of. But I haven't made a decision, really. Oh no, I fell. I fell tower. can I just get a railing real quick? Okay, so that won't work. That would work, but... also it would be kinda problematic for here. And then either way, once I've decided who I want to hire for it, I then still need to contact them and like see if I can afford it and stuff. Nom 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 nom. Ooh, noises in my ear. Who's nibbling on the cheese? Oh, I'm getting pungent. And we have Spuddy entering the cheese zone. Welcome to the cheese zone today, Spuddy. Getting 38% more monster today. Actually, 38% monster in total. What do I do here? We're still selling stuff, despite the fact that we've not been producing most of the stuff for a while now. I guess I could just have something like that, so that I don't fall. Sure. Okay, at least there's that. So... if I want a shelf like that... so there's a little bit of a problem. I kinda need to switch them around, I think. Unless... well, I don't have to. I don't have to switch them around, to be fair. I'm just gonna have to mess around with things a little bit. I suppose... well... no, at the very least... okay, so at the very least I'm going to need... so that ends here. We're going to do something that's slightly messy, but it's fine. Why doesn't it want to place? Oh, because I don't have the nails. Fair enough. Let me go and get some nails. Hang on, I'm lost. I'm lost in my own factory. So nails are over here. Somewhere. Ah, in this box. Oh gosh, I'm getting so much random crap in my inventory. Right, so let's finish bringing. Oh, that's gonna fit. I was about to say nicely, but I'm not quite sure. You're holding out hope for Charus and Cambozola? What is Cambozola? Or do you mean Gorgonzola? You could grab a cheese instead of enter the cheese zone. And then if you... Like, Charus is a cheese from the cheese zone. So you could just grab a cheese and just say Charus. And then you would be guaranteed to get Charus. Cambozola, I don't know. So if it's a cheese that exists, then you might not be able to have it. It's a hybrid of Camembert and Gorgonzola from Bavaria. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that one, so it's not a... It's the first time I hear of it, so it's not a cheese from the cheese zone. I might have to look it up. Put it in suggestions. And I'll have to look it up. You know, I was considering something. I was considering having a redemption for having a cheese added to the cheese zone where I would, like, see if I can procure the cheese and taste it, and if I like it, add it to the cheese zone, something like that. That's an idea I was thinking of recently. It seems like fun to me. That's a cool idea. You like the idea? Nice. Yeah, I might look into it. That's not gonna work, is it? I need more space on my shelf. I need to make a larger shelf. Let's go all the way down here. So we can have 2 shelves stacked. Oh, but then... I can't really do that, can I? Well, I could. If I do that. But that might look pants from below. Yeah, Don't like that. So maybe let's go down 3. And then I can do it without it looking... eh. Ah. 1, 2, 3. Then I can do this. And I can attach a shelf right here. Maybe I can have this beam that way, and then these two can be blocks. And nobody will notice. Ah! Okay, so let's remove that real quick. We can have it closer so we can actually work on things from it. Yeah. What about Brunost? Yeah, I don't know Brunost either. I've never met that cheese. Okay. That works. Then... guess we can have... this. Why would you do that? Okay, good. And then I just need these. And then we just need to do the exact same thing on the other end. It's Norwegian cheese that's like caramel. You tasted it once? Interesting. Yeah, I don't know it at all. You mean it tastes like caramel? Or is it more like caramel textured or something like that? Okay, and then we'll have this one on this belt, and this one on this belt. So they don't come across each other, it's just that these two belts are gonna be reverted compared to the normal order. So if we ever want to pull off this belt, we need to be careful. But also we know that we don't need it on this build. So, like, the floor is already full. I don't think there's any risk of us wanting to use this belt for anything, really. It's not what I did on the other one, so let's keep it somewhat consistent at least. Like this. And then over here we're going to have that. Like this, I guess. Fine. Like this. All right. Yeah, I think that's okay. And so then we need... And I didn't really try this. Maybe that's the first thing I should have tried, because if what I'm thinking of here doesn't work, maybe it was all for naught. Hopefully it works though. Yeah, I think we can make it work. Because my idea here is we can basically like use this as an input to go inside this entire thing. In terms of texture, you remember it being extremely odd, really sweet, but also very cheesy. Interesting. Well, we could try that. If I can ever find it. But it could be fun. Right, so we have money, fuel and fertilizer coming in here. And that's basically feeding this entire column. I guess we do have money going back there. Why do we have money going back there? Money's going back down? Wait, what? Wait, no, it's not money, is it? No, it's not money, it's the diamonds. It's the diamonds, okay. Or... I think it's diamonds? No, actually it's the artifact that I'm taking down. I think it might be Mars that's getting down here. Yeah. Okay, well, I have my work cut out for me here. Because that's feeding this entire thing. Yeah. Did I finish this side of the factory? I think I did. So this is done. This is done. Well, no. Actually, it's not. Wait, what? Did I mess up? Kinda. Okay, I kinda messed up because... Right, so I switched this. The shelves, but not this. Oops. Okay. Hang on a second. I need boxes. Stand on. Well, I guess I can keep these. But I do have to remove this. And I have to remove that. Okay. I think we're good now. We can remove these. It's difficult to navigate. And then we want... So that's the new version of this thing. So I need to get the height right first. Yeah, that's the proper height. I lock the height. It didn't lock in the proper place. Here we go, fixed. And then we need to place it in the right place. But remembering that a good part of this blueprint just won't work. Well, it didn't place at all. The Tuscon really likes. What was it called? Decision paralysis, you never get those on a daily basis, yeah. Hang on. Oh, Brunost. Ooh. Ooh, oh, money is going down. Oh no, it did place. It did place. Let me remove that real quick again. Oh no, that's wrong one. Okay. So we remove all of this. The center blocks we can remove. First things first. We want to connect things properly. Okay, so that one's gonna be a little bit different, right? Because we can't really go above this level because there's a floor right above. So this one is height limited, indeed. So I removed the roof. That's fine. So I think we have a different strategy here. Because also we don't need to go... Well, first of all, we don't need to go there. There's just nothing there. So, whatever. So we need to get this one over there and this one over there. So let's just remove that, I think. Dang it. And then we can just have an elevator that does this. Over there. And I guess this is where the elevator is gonna go. This goes like that. And really, that's all I need to do. Alright. Makes things far easier. And really, I didn't really need to because I have removed the fuel from over here. But, you know, if I ever want it, I have it. The floor, the ceiling I mean, is blue. Oh, come on. Perfect. And then we need, of course, to put back the furniture of the room. We had a bed, corner, and then a little box. With a candle and a chest. Where's my chest? Okay. Perfect. Okay, so this entire column is essentially done. We do have another column in this building. Should I do that first? I think I probably should do this column first. Because otherwise it's gonna be a mess. Yeah. So let's work from the bottom up. This column has a lot of modifications made to it because money, I believe, might be going down here. Isn't it? No, maybe not. Where's my money? Oh no, money is going across over there. I'm getting confused because I used to have the money come up here and then go down the other side. That's why I'm getting confused. Right, so here we have money, but this is money, I think. that's coming down. Where is it coming from? I think I have a money return line in this column, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, it's coming from here. Okay. So I do have a money return line from this. That's what's a bit weird with it. And that's only money over here. Which means everything is coming down. No, everything is going up. That's my primary entrance to the entire build then. Yeah. That's my primary input of fuel and fertilizer to the entire build. That's over here. And the primary input of money too, of course. So that's quite a few things that are going to be like custom made, basically. Because also money is going to go this way and the rest is gonna go this way. And also, I guess... Well, we'll tackle the other problem when we come to it, but we're going to have an issue with the fact that so far we treated everything as if, like, the new fuel was coming from down here, where in fact it's coming from all the way up there. So we're going to have to rework a lot of this. But let's have at least a system that works, that's in place. And then we'll talk about messing around with stuff, right? But yeah, that's all coming up. When I have money going down. Okay. I'm going to need to change that anyway. Or something that goes lower. So let's start with that. Right? We need to remove these two. That should work. Also, well, I guess I can keep the portholes. I don't care if they're here. Right. So that's money coming out of here. And my money needs to go there. What does this line up with? Pretty sure it lines up with this. Yeah. So let's I guess let's do something like that. That's fertilizer and these two are fuel. So I think then the money coming down is not gonna come down from here. Well, I guess I can keep this one. But it's... Well, first of all, let's do the money going up. So you go there, and then you connect there, right? That goes to everything. And then the money that's going down, hopefully right now I'm not sending that money to random belts. Let me just check real quick. No, I should be fine because this doesn't connect with anything. And these portholes are inputs. I have to redo this entire thing anyway. And honestly, I should not have these. They make no sense. They go to the shop. Maybe you're going a bit far. Okay. So let's see here. Right. So we do have money going here. We're going to have it... We're not going to use any of these spaces, just in case. And this is going to be the belt for money going down. I think that's the right height. It is a bit confusing to see what's going on inside these builds, unfortunately. It might be easier if I was small, but then I would have trouble accessing it. Which would be basically as bad. Okay, so then we have the primary input of these two, of fertilizer over here, and of cork powder over there. So these two are inputs. So I should remove them because, well, they need to be reversed. Like that. They go in. So, fertilizer goes there. Easy. And we're going to have the elevator here. This one is cork powder and goes to this elevator. And this one is going to be brain. No, it's not brain. But my brain won't find the word. This one is going to be black powder. And it's going to come from this elevator and go out. So we can do this. I think we can do that. And basically we can shave this off at this point. No, we cannot do that, my bad, because this is where the elevator for money comes. But we can put a box. No, we can have this over there. And that should work. Wait, no. Over here. Sorry. I'm connecting... Not the box. Right, we connect to this elevator, not this one. Okay. So money goes up. And it goes up to this level. Well, perfect. This is a long project. We've been on it for 5 hours. I didn't expect it to be this long, honestly. I knew it would be long and tedious, but I didn't expect it to be this extreme. And I know, that's what she said, yada yada. Okay, and so the money goes down over there. Oh, that's the wrong elevator? What am I doing? Well, the same thing we've been doing for hours, which is changing the way we distribute things across the factory. Okay, so this sends money down here. Okay, and then we send money back up. So we have switched the primary input for money for everything. Yep, and we already have a ton of money going up here. Great, great. Did I? Hang on. This comes down? Yeah, this comes down. And this goes up. Yeah, so we are reworking the entire factory's logistics of general consumption items. So that's why it's taking a huge amount of time to basically replace all these shelf based item distribution. All of it. And that's not an easy feat, as it turns out. Well, it's not hard to do, it just takes a long time to do. So I might want this to come down one lower. Yep. Why is it connected? No, actually it comes... Hang on. Why doesn't it take... Aha. Is that correct? Can't see. Might be better. Yes. Okay. Right, so I think here we remove all these shelves. Nope. Like this. And then we start placing... So for most items, we're going to be going to the left. Then we're going to have to reverse the money belt, I think. And I guess the black powder belt. So this was right against the wall, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure. It was not. It was 2 away from the wall. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh no. I misplaced the entire thing. I hate this. Well, that explains a few things. Oh, dang it. Nothing places right. That's right. So this one is charcoal. Well, it's gunpowder. So this direction. This one is black powder goes this way. Fertilizer goes this way. Money goes this way. Okay, at least the belt should line up this time. And then I need to go up and probably redo all of it. Yeah, that entire thing is probably wrong. Let's see. So let's see. That's actually correct, surprisingly. So money comes up here, goes this way, goes up. Then fertilizer comes down here, no, comes this way and goes up, I think. Yeah, that's correct. You connect to both, perfect. Then come on. Black powder comes this way. No, doesn't come this way. Goes out this way. Ah! That's a nightmare to place. really don't want to come here. Right. Okay, let me remove... I don't know. What do we remove? Let's remove these two. I suppose. That will make things easier to place. Much easier. Okay. And then while we're here... pork powder... comes this way. And this way. And this one does go this direction. Okay. So... I want money going in and upwards. And I want fertilizer to come in and upwards. Aha! Good. And finally, I have the money return line right here. Hang on. This is wrong. The game really likes to mess with you when you're placing these laptops. Okay. Okay, fixed. Well, that part is fixed. This one isn't. So... this... Right, so this is where we have the elevator to get the money done. And this is where we have an elevator to get the money up. I think it's new that we can place things on top of the bank portal. I'm pretty sure it's new. I didn't used to be able to, I think. I like this change. And then we can have a little lab stand and the money return line. Okay, so that should feed money to my factory. So we do need to reverse the money belt. Down here. And we need to reverse the black powder belt. Which I guess might be easier done from below. I am unsure whether or not it reversed the first one though. So let me real quick. Perfect. Okay, so money is flowing this way. Good, good, good. Then. No, we go Yeah, no, we do go left. Oh, okay. Lock it. The corner's gonna have to be redone, but that's okay. Oh, I'm out of planks. That's a rare one. Not really, but it's been a while. Ooh. Right, let me get rid of a few material. Real quick. Where is the box? The box. And the other box. I forgot to take the planks. I forgot to take the planks. I was confused what was happening. I think the save was messing with me. Is what was happening? I think. That's how it goes? Yep, that's how it goes. You know what? No. Let's remove this and that. Because once we reach here, the fertilizer is going this way. Okay, so we need to redo the corner for sure. Let me just have a big platform. Maybe it's a place where I should have used like the actual platform. Okay, so the money goes this way. That's really all there is to it. What we do need to change is these. So we want scaffolding, scaffolding, scaffolding. And that. This feels like it's gonna mess up. So I'm just going to have it replaced entirely. And probably these two. And this actually goes the other way. Okay. Cool. Over here. This is a money. This is a money grab. Can I jump on here? Yeah, I can actually. Right. Let's remove this, remove that. Elevator. Perfect. And you get money. Ah, no. That's a failure and a half. Complete and total utter failure. Okay, let's try that again. Uh-huh. Okay, I think we're good. Then, that's the complicated one, because here we have fertilizer that splits both directions. Can I have this little pedestal? Yes, perfect. Oh, that's good. Why are there these belts? I might have misplaced that when I replaced it. I think I did. Okay, so let me shift it slightly. Some warning about late night. Oh my gosh, it's 3:30 AM. Oh. Yeah. Oh god, I should be sleeping. Same. Ew. Same. Ah! Keys. What are even keys? You press them and they do things. What keys do you press? I don't know. Random ones probably. That's my process. Okay. So this goes this way. And this goes this way. But not like this. Because these two go this way. Let's go. So I guess over here we make a custom one. Otherwise it's just gonna be annoying to copy. Have a good night here too, Zeta. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being your lovely self. And have a good night. Do catch up on sleep a little bit. Okay, so these two go this way. That's... The coke powder goes this way. And then... the black powder goes that way. And then I take this, and then I take a copy of it. And then I paste it. I am going to remove these. That's gonna mess with things. So let's fix it real quick before we go any further, because we're definitely gonna need fixing. Okay, so... let's see... Well, no, this is okay. This and this change. This is gonna need be with two different heights. And I think that's okay. Yeah, that might be okay like this. Okay. So, money goes here. Fertilizer goes this way. No. Coke powder goes this way, and black powder goes this way. Yeah, let's go. Okay. That all connects. Perfect. Right. We need to remove that before we do anything. Because that's not gonna be true. And I think we need to remove a bunch of these. Oop. Because if we connect them, Then we're going to send random items in random places. Right. Let's try that again. Lovely. Wait, I went way too far. Which probably means that all of these can get removed. Yay for filling up my inventory with random fertilizer. Okay, so... Can I get on top of this? That would be nice. A nice viewpoint. Ooh. Oh no. I fell through the world. That's repeatable even. Okay, so that doesn't work. Right. Okay. So we want to have Gunpowder brought to this level. But that's the black border line. So this can't be here. Here we're going to use a trick that we used to do. Which is to have an elevator to bring things down for the black border. And then back up the other side. We can have a belt here. And then we can simply have a belt. Goes this way. And then we have everything going to the right from this point on. Because here it splits. Nice. Excellent. Don't we all fall through the world from time to time? Well, I try not to, generally. That's the money one. No, actually... Wait, what is this? Yeah, no, that's money. So it should be fine, because right now it should be in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. Can I get up here? Oh yes. Though I guess the ceiling is a bit too close to my head. Okay, so my elevator goes down like this. And we're going to need another shell. I didn't go quite far enough. Aha. Alright. So money is going here to all these builds. Perfect. We need to move. Well, okay, so that's money. We can handle that later. Let's remove all of these. And we can just shift this down. Well, I messed up. Can I just place a shelf like one lower? Yes. Aha. That was close. I will need to rework it, but at least I have an approximation of what I need to do. Another day gone by. We're still making profit. I kinda expected us to stop making profit somewhere in the middle of the process. Just because, well, you know, we're not making enough stuff and we're not selling anymore. But no, we're doing alright. Actually, I'm going to replace these. Just so we follow the pattern. I say just so we follow the pattern. Right. Perfect. Oh my gosh. This is annoying. No. All right. Great. And I'm pretty sure we can carry this to the end. Really? Really? It doesn't connect? Huh? Wait. What? Why doesn't it connect? It's the same pattern I used to have. I'm so confused right now. What? What's going on here? What the heck? I redid the exact thing I had on the other side. Or is it possible that this doesn't connect? Can I, like... Can't even have a shelf here. Guess I could have a stack of these, but that's gonna look awful. I hate this. Or boxes, I guess? Might look better. Oh. No, I mean, drawbridge connectors are a node length, right? They're 5 long? No, but that won't work. Wait, will it? Can I connect one onto another? Or two in the same place? No, I can't. So I can't even do that. These would be 4 long, so that won't work either. I have an idea. I have an idea. It's ugly, but I think it works. It might not even be ugly, to be fair. It might actually look nice. Let me try. Well, first... Why is the money belt over here and not just over there? That makes no sense. It might be a question of being able to walk through. Like if I have My elevator over here? No, I can still walk through. So, why not? Okay, so money comes down and goes back the other way. So over here, I think... Let's remove these. And these. How about... we use retractable conveyor passages to go across this small gap. There we go. Dang it. Uh-huh. Hey, that's actually... Why didn't it place? Oh, come on. Game. Yeah, I think that's okay. It's kind of centered on the door too. Not exactly centered. I could... Okay, so how about... I want to switch mode. That would be centered. Yeah. And then we do take the retractable conveyor belt. Let's see, it was easier if I did it with the middle click. Yeah. Oh, that actually looks great. I love that. It's great because having to redo this allows us to remove so much junk from around the factory in general. There are a bunch of stuff all around where it's like, I don't love that. But it stayed anyway because it works and, you know. things I was like, I need to rework this one day. But that day never came. I don't know, that day is coming. So we have this all working. Now we need to go upstairs and rework that. And basically reconnect it to here. Ooh, what's here? Oh, ropes. And then once this is fixed, well, I guess we're good for a while. So we're going to remove this shelf. And then we go upstairs. And we see what's going upstairs. We do have stuff going this way. Right, yes, okay. And so here we have a money belt on each side. And this would be... Ooh. What goes where here? Okay, so this goes there. And you go here. Which then comes down here. So that would be, I guess, the Gunpowder. Yeah. So that one is the fuel. And so the other one has to be the fertilizer. Okay. And it needs to be Gunpowder for this one, because that's my transformation potion build. And transformation potions do use Gunpowder specifically. So we have Gunpowder and fertilizer. Okay. And money. What's in here? Planks. Yeah, we have so much fertilizer. Fair enough. I guess we can move this shelf down. And this most certainly shouldn't be Gunpowder. Okay, great. I might... So 4 items, right. like this. Which then means that we can remove. Of course, well, this can stay, but this definitely can. In fact, ideally, I'd have my internal conveyors over there. This game is so weird with placing tunnel conveyors. Sometimes it's like, oh, you can't, when in fact you can. Sometimes it's like, yeah, no problem, and then it doesn't allow you to. It's so weird. Okay, fine, have it your way. I'm gonna blueprint the portal shell. Right? So, yeah, this is in fact the Gunpowder I wanted. I'm pretty sure. Is it? I'm afraid it's not. Which might be a problem. Just a little bit of a problem. Nope. Oh gosh. Oh, that's fine then. The question is there Gunpowder somewhere in the middle of that build now? Probably. Anywhere else? Yeah, yeah. I think that's it. Yeah. Right, so no, you're not supposed take from here, unfortunately. You're supposed to be fertilizer. Oops. You are supposed to go over there. And that's my money input on top of it. So for the money, I'm going to have it come over here. Then go up and on top. Yeah. So that works. That's going to the right line. And this should get the large version. And that's money. Money, money, money. And finally, I can have maybe this. Uh-huh. I think that works. Oh, it's gonna work. But before I put in this elevator, I would like to empty this belt. So we stand there and press E. Get out of my way. I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? Nah, no way I regret this. I'm sure we'll be fine. Right? Why would I ever regret this? Well. Hey, fertilizer! All I ever wanted. So, what does my inventory look like right now? I guess we can go down and... So, is this... getting fertilizer? It isn't. Yeah, because I didn't replace this belt. My bad. But no, it should. Yay! Okay, so let's go drop the things we have in our inventory in boxes. Slight excess of stuff. And then we can go around and press G, 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 G. Oh, that stretches my fingers quite a lot. The ZG, ZG. That's a bit of a stretching exercise for me, I guess. It wasn't as bad as I feared, even. Okay, so the next step is under this. Is money going around? It should. Oh, Let's wait for a few seconds. Yep. Okay, so we have money over there. And last thing we need is to have all the stuff we connected over here. So what did they take? So this seems to be taking fertilizer, and this is taking fuel, I think. Let me check. So fuel comes here, goes over there. Yep, so that's fuel. So this one is fuel and the other one would be fertilizer, which we can check. Goes under here, under. Where does it go up? I guess it might go through the middle, yeah. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, I see it turning. Okay, so that's fertilizer. So fuel, fertilizer, and it can be any type of fuel. So that's actually pretty easy. And this would be money. Okay. And the money continues going around. Come on. Okay, so first things first, this is not okay. I guess this isn't either, but for different reasons. So that's fuel. You take right from the top. Also, I'm having it the wrong direction. You take right from the top, and I don't care which, so this is perfect. And you take from one level lower. And you, while we're here, take from one level lower too. Which means, well, I should probably place the shelf first. Ah. That's gonna be in the way. Anyway, this connects. This we need to connect. Dang it. I can't see what I'm doing. Let me have boxes. Place. So we can actually see something. Ah, better. So much easier. And this one's gonna be a bit tricky. Maybe I can have boxes in the corner? Ugh, I can't get onto these boxes. Uh-huh. How about scaffolding that I can stand on? Yay! Oh, but I can see behind the thing. Okay, let me remove this, actually. Right, so here I need to replace these. Like that. Oof. It might be easier if I target them from below. Good. And then this one comes this way. And then goes down. Perfect. Fertilizer. Let's go. This is a corner, so let's build it custom. Nope, 6. Then the fertilizer belt. And this. And finally, the last belt. Belt 2. Gather them all and in bind them or something like that. Can't remember the exact quote. Right. So, shelf. Okay, so this needs to go one lower. Same over here. And same over... no, actually. You are... a fuel one. Interesting. Where are you going? Is it over there? Oh, you're the cork powder one. Interesting. So this one's gonna be interesting. And that's it, isn't it? Yeah. Question. What direction are these belts going? They're all going this way. I could just have them all going reversed. Yeah, let's do that. Makes my life easier. I don't know whatever I did, but that wasn't what I was supposed to do. Ooh. Fun. So it's also a junction between two different systems, I guess. Interestingly. Wasn't that one supposed to go one lower? What did I do here? Okay, let's remove all of that. Ooh. I was expecting a big bag of stuff, but no. The right-facing shelf. We're just going to have it go all the way. Oh gosh. Hello? The shelf is right in my face. We're fine. Maybe. Aha. That's not gonna fly. Thankfully, that was empty. Hey, little gremlin. How are you doing? Day 520, nothing wrong here? Yeah, nothing wrong. We're just redoing the logistics of the entire base on day 520. That's what the day 520s are for, isn't it? This is a long game. That's a game that has a lot of content. And I'm not playing it in the fastest way possible either. Because I do builds... I try to do builds that are very compact. And that's a very inefficient way to play. We'll have to see what we do here. But it's a more satisfying one. To me. I beat like one-winged angel. What does that mean? I'm not quite sure what that means. Is that supposed to be an insult or a compliment? Ooh, what did I do here? You don't know it's the song that came on. Oh, I don't know this song, so... I don't get the reference either. Sorry. Alright, so... Have I played Final Fantasy VII? No, I've not played... Well... Oh, hey! Will, welcome in! Thanks for the raid! Welcome in, Brilliant Raiders! How was Factorio? Are you still on the... bound playthrough? How is it called? I can't even remember the name. I'm sorry. I'm doing it all wrong. Indeed I am. Hey, 1A Bro Gems and Odaba and Will, of course. How are you all doing? How was your weekend? And how was Factorio? The Ribbon World. You just finished it. Wait. Wasn't it supposed to be... a space age run? 23 hours, 40 minutes. Oh my gosh. Was it base game then? Or like just doing Novice on space age? It wasn't space age. Okay, I thought it was a space age run. That's why I was confused. Yeah, that makes more sense then. Hey Fly, how are you doing? Well, welcome in everyone. I am playing Alchemy Factory today. Oh, it was Space Age. Wait, you finished Space Age in 23 hours? Like all of the planets? That seems super fast to me. But then again, it's multiplayer too, so that changes things, I guess. But yeah, welcome in everybody. If you don't know me, I am Alastor, and I play a lot of factory building games, city building games, colony building games, and also some puzzle games. And we're playing Alchemy Factory today. This is my little alchemy shop, where we're selling a bunch of stuff. So we have a main shop over here, and then we have a secondary shop that we started over there, which is not quite full. Actually, it's completely empty at the moment. And what we're doing today is, last time we streamed Alchemy Factory, which was like more than a month ago actually, we designed a new build. Where is it? I'm getting lost in my factory. Over there, right. So we designed this new build, which is making black powder, which is an upgrade to the fuel we used to have, which was cork powder. So these fuels are things that we can burn in stuff like furnaces, and they produce heat that is then consumed by things like smelters and crucibles and stuff like that to transform products, right? And wait, yes, in materials, black powder has more than 6,000 heat per item, whereas cork powder has more like 1,400 per item. So overall, it's cheaper per heat unit to use black powder than to use cork powder. So we have just introduced this into our factory, and you see that currently it's going nowhere. And we have a centralized distribution system for the basic things like fertilizer, fuel, money. I already said fertilizer, my bad. And as it turns out, so we were distributing cork powder, but we still need cork powder in some builds that are using it as a recipe. So basically you can see that as a bus in Factorio, where we have these 3 items on the bus. And now we need a 4 items bus because we need the new fuel that we want to use most places. And we need to keep the cork powder there because we still need it for some recipes. So it's a bit of an issue because these shelves that you see on the side of the walls of the factory are the ones that are the bus that are transporting things everywhere, and we have these columns throughout the factory that transport vertically from one floor to another. So yeah, today we've been like redesigning what we have and trying to replace most of them. We've almost finished this building. And then we have the other side that we just came from, where we have taken this opportunity to also rework things. So we used to have these items run on the floor and go across things, and I find that quite ugly. It was supposed initially to be a temporary system until I found a better solution. So this time I implemented a better solution. So we have the items coming across over there and going along this wall until it comes out over here, and it's going to join the rest in this column that I haven't replaced yet. And it's going to make things much cleaner because then we can just pick out the things that we need to distribute in these areas rather than having a mess of belts on the floor. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And over here, so I have it going across the floor below that. I can't go inside here. And you see here the wall holes on each side, and so it's being hidden inside this arch to go across, basically. The arch was already there, just was only there for decoration, and now it's helping to transport items across. So yeah, that's basically what we've been doing all day today. And so I'm just finishing this floor here. So let's finish that together. Hey, Gremlin. For the cash now. So this should go one lower, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think that's correct. And then I can have my shelves blueprints. And they rejoin here in the middle, where I have a little bit of space. Can I have like a box or something that I can stand on to see what I'm doing? Yeah, that's far better. So here we are going to have the money going across. And then it goes out No, it's not a money cannon. Sorry. That's for cork powder, actually. So we need to take this out because this is gonna be the new fuel. This is a cork powder belt. This is the um, uh, black powder belt, and this is the fertilizer, and here we have money. So we're going to get this one slightly lower. And while I'm here, let's have the fertilizer running along. Actually, should probably change this. So this one is going to be the one that's slightly lower, and this one goes back up. Where did I go? Okay. So over here we're going to take the black powder. Go straight here. Before I build my elevator, I need to reconnect that. We bring it down, and then we bring it back up. So the cork powder can go above it. Perfect. And then we just need an elevator to grab this. Here we go. And so this is going to feed one of the few builds that still needs cork powder, and that's my steel build. Because we mix steel, iron with cork powder to make steel in these machines. Alright. Oh yes, I was about to start working over there when you came in, because in this corner, well, it's a corner, so our straight lines don't quite join well. Who is printed on the euro? I don't actually know. Isn't it buildings? I don't think it's somebody. I might be wrong, but I don't think it's a person that's on the euro. Yeah, that should be good, I think. Let me check. I need to check that. What do the euro bills look like? Yeah, it's buildings. It's all buildings. Let's see. I think the €5 is... I don't quite know. Is it Brandenburg Gate in Germany, or is it the Arc de Triomphe in Paris? I think they look quite similar. The 20 is some kind of church. I don't know which buildings they are, but yeah, they're all buildings. At dinner last night, wifey tried 3 French... What do you mean French province wines? I'm not quite sure what you mean here. Okay, that should... I can see it, but it should be there. Yep. Okay. Lombard... Isn't Lombardy... Lombardy is in Italy, isn't it? Tuscany... what's Tuscany? Toscan? Let me... I need to check. So... yeah, Lombardy is in Italy. That's what I thought. And Toscan? Yeah, Tuscany is also in Italy. Made something... I don't know. No, it's not bothering me. It's just... I'm curious. I'm confused and curious. It's not bothering me at all. Confusing me, if anything. A little bit. Did I reconnect these? I did not reconnect these. You failed and you've won geography. Yeah, I think at least the first two. I guess the last one, it's impossible to know without knowing the full name. But the first two, I think, are Italian wines. If it's in fact Lombardy and Tuscany. Okay, that's reconnected. Perfect. And is that connected? Yes, that's connected. Okay, so I think we have reconnected this entire floor. All right. You'd feign you won geography too, but then again, if you had it your way, you'd burn the meat and wine culture down. Some French would call you a disgrace, a threat to the nation. Well, I personally enjoy wine and meat. But I get that it's not for everybody. Okay, so that's all good. We can replace this bit of floor. great. Then over there we have money, we have fuel, I'm guessing we have the fertilizer. Although I have a hard time seeing it. But there's no reason it wouldn't work, so let's replace the floor. We can replace the floor over here too. Perfect. That's a bunch of boxes that are there purely for accessing stuff. These all have their stuff except the fuel, because the fuel is not the right one yet. So all of this is good. Look at that. Amazing. We can't close this, unfortunately. And I guess we should... Oh, we don't see anything in the output here. Let's check downstairs. I don't see items over here either. That's slightly concerning. We should, shouldn't we? Yeah, I see at least some fertilizer over here. So I'm guessing we should see things across. Oh, I didn't deal with the corner, I guess. Yep. Definitely didn't. So, this, I need to see something. So let's build that. Money goes across. Fertilizer goes across. This goes across. So in this little section, we have the cork powder going in the front, because basically otherwise they would have to go across each other twice. The cork powder and the black powder. So we just switch them for this little bit, especially given that we don't make any use of this in this entire section. So it would be really useless to have them going across each other twice for no reason. And so I guess the next challenge is to deal with this building's distribution system. But I think we're going to do that next time, because it is 5 AM for me, so, you know. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, Will and Raiders, to stop so soon after you raided. But unfortunately, I am trying to get my sleep schedule back on track, and it definitely isn't. So, we're going to stop here today. Don't go anywhere right now because we're going to raid somebody. Before we do that, if you're not following the channel and you enjoy the content, there are definitely more content in that style where that's coming from. So don't hesitate to drop a follow if you want to find your way back on the channel and basically see what I'm doing when I'm doing it. If you want the VODs of the channel, I guess Vanbot just went ahead of me. I have a YouTube channel where I upload the VODs. It takes a few days, maybe a few weeks eventually, but they do make their way there, generally, more often than not. And finally, if you want, I do have a Discord channel. Caps lock. That you can join where we talk about stuff and you can make suggestions and you receive the last updates on when I'm doing stuff or when the schedule changes and stuff like that. With that said, let's see. What are people doing? Ooh. Let's see. Who is streaming? Let me see real quick. I might trade Coco. Hey, Lanitz. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm doing well. We are just about to stop, unfortunately. I'm sorry. But yeah, we were just about to raid. So yeah, let's go and see Coco. Coco Confession. She is an awesome streamer and she is doing multiplayer shenanigans today, so she's fun to watch. You're just about to start. Oh. What are you playing today? Yep, I'm typing in the wrong chat. You're playing more No Man's Sky, The Expedition. Is that a new DLC of No Man's Sky? The Expedition? It's basically a new DLC, alright. Why do I leave you? Well, unfortunately, it is 5 a.m. for me, so I have to sleep at some point. And to have dinner. I haven't had dinner yet, even. Have you started your stream yet, Lanix? I don't see you on yet. If so, I might trade you.